Hello, everybody. Salem Kuno H, thank you. You should repeat that. Thank you. Hello. Good evening. Glad I'm safe. Yeah, for now. I'll pull up some stories real quick to go over stuff. Over to the multi-stream. Yes, this is Paddington. This is a friend of mine got this for me because she knows I like Paddington, and yeah, so she ordered it for me as a gift. Have I heard about Elon Seek Heil? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Johnny Viral, I should have done that. I regret not doing that because there were a couple stores I didn't end up buying from that day, actually. Sorry, y'all. I look like hell today. Have I seen the new movie Paddington in Peru? I didn't know it was out yet. Lady, good girl. Go eat. Good girl. I gave you food. Hey. Stop. Okay, give me a second. Gosh. Dog today. Thank you, Kiladon Faye. Yeah, so I was going to do kind of another Sunday Funday stream. Like we've been doing usually on Sundays. Sorry, I'm still getting over a little bit of a cold, I guess. It's coming and going. It's not like a cold. Huh. You saw, how long before Musk begins wearing a long coat and armband? See, the thing is that he would do that shit, but then do it as like a Halloween costume. Because it would get him attention. And that's really, like, insofar as somebody like Elon Musk believes anything, he believes in shit that will get him more attention. which is what that is. Banana Brains, DD is stuck in a perpetual and never-ending state of sniffles. I am. Yeah. Oh, we'll talk about the Elon Vivek thing. There's so much to talk about. And it basically all comes down to... I try not to be too awful about it, but it basically comes down to I told you so. Like that's basically what it is. Thank you very much. The Chupacabra for 7 months. Hello, friends. Hello. Will we see a continental war between the U.S. and allies against Latin America? Probably not, but tensions are high after what happened in Brazil and Colombia. Yeah, what happened in Brazil? I know about the tariff in Colombia. What? Jesus fucking Christ. Great. And now I'm seeing it. Yeah, it turns out when you expedite the treatment and exporting of people, they don't get humane treatment. Who would have fucking thought? Who would have thunk? When you have fucking ICE agents going into schools to get children Hey, Banana Brains, are you over in YouTube chat? Can you ban the Trolls Win Boy before he fucking says anything? Get him the fuck out of here. I'm not dealing with trolls today. I don't give a shit. Four times in 10 seconds. Thank you, Banana. Yeah, so I guess with that, let's just fucking jump right into it. It's just, I don't know. I had to, I finished writing the script for my video about going to DC today. No, it's about 6,000 words. And I had to, this is prefacing everything we're going to talk about today. Because originally, excuse me. Originally, the plan was to go to DC, attend the stupid fucking rally. That was before the inauguration. Then attend the actual inauguration. Brittany Woods, thank you for subscribing. And I'm just going to ignore my dog until she stops being... She's being such a brat. I took her for 2 walks today. I've given her treats. She's been fed. I will not negotiate with terrorists. So the day before, and I talked about this on some of the streams if you were watching the streams that I did while I was in DC, on the ground, following the Proud Boys around, talking to the J6 protesters. And I was struck by, because I didn't end up actually interviewing almost anybody. I did like one, I could actually call an interview with a Trump supporter, and two kind of just more questions to some of the January 6ers, including one who had been released and pardoned, who the reason he was inside was he was one of the J6ers who assaulted an officer, a cop. And Fernby, thank you very much for hanging out with Prime. And I was struck by, because I went there and didn't get to do anything that I had planned on doing. It was a very different experience to what I usually do, but what I did with CPAC, where I had a plan, I executed it. Went off fairly without a hitch. I did my interviews, I attended shit, and then I had a base to debunk later, right? And the fucking... It occurred to me as I was leaving the J6 detention facility, when I was heading back. I talk about all this. I don't want to go too far in depth because I'll just be repeating what the video script is at this point. But it just felt so fucking pointless. Like, me being there felt fucking pointless because, like, okay, going into CPAC, I was able to be in this space where they would look at somebody like me in my CPAC disguise and they would trust me. You know, I was one of them. They'd talk less inhibited about the things they believed, where I could find the things they believed, where they were getting their information, what they actually believed. And I'm not saying this to be like, well, I did the on the ground reporting that nobody else would do, because I was far from the only fucking journalist talking about shit like CPAC and 2025. Project 2025. Like, I was far from the only person. But nobody fucking listened. Nobody paid any attention. Sorry, give me one second. I'm going to give my dog a treat real quick. Alrighty. Don't aw, puppy. She is fine. Cozy Kitsu, a bit off topic. How hard did you find it to infiltrate right spaces back when you did the Twitter and CPAC thing? It wasn't easy, but I don't know about hard. I think it's just like being able to keep on a performance, being able to stay in a role or stay in character. Dog, oh my god. Go. Shut up, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Gosh. No, we can't see the puppy. She's fine. There, go bother your sister. Thank you. Yeah, now she wants her plushie. Okay. Like, I feel like I've done the work on trying to inform people, and and people like me have done the work on trying to inform people, of going up to blatant fascists, going up to these people and saying, hey, what do you believe? And they will spew the most inane, ridiculous, unfounded bullshit that ends always in like open calls to violence, or at least malicious threats. And despite all of this, mind you, I've been doing this kind of journalism for like a little over a year. It'll be 2 years roughly in June, right? Going undercover into like far right spaces, talking about politics in a public way, having a platform to talk about those things. But people have been ringing these bells and studying this shit for a decade now, more than a decade, but like in context around Trump, over a decade. Like people like Amanda Moore, who I hung out with in DC, and Robert Evans, and the Bellingcat folks, and like so many people have been beating this drum of like, hey, these people are dangerous, and what's worse, they're fucking serious. And it has been met with the most milquetoast lib shit resistance of just like, we'll beat him next time. We need to stand for democracy. Democracy's on the ballot. Well, guess what? You fucking lost the ballot because you tried to cater to these fucking psychopaths. Like, it's so... So I was just sitting there wondering, what the fuck am I doing any of this for? Like, what's the point? Because, and granted, I realize some of this is catastrophizing. Picturing the worst possible outcome that could happen. But it has been such a uncoordinated attack, and nobody at any level in the government has been prepared for this, even though they all fucking knew about it. You're telling me intelligence agencies didn't know about Project 2025? They all fucking knew about it. It has been just deeply dread-inducing watching everything happen every day. And I need to stop. I've been doing my best to not go on social media as much, which is just good policy for anybody, I think. But I'm probably so jet lagged. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I think a lot of people, especially in minority communities, especially in groups that are being openly targeted, like there's not another word for it. I snapped a little bit. And I usually, with my mom, with my family, they know firmly where I stand. They don't bring shit up. And I've unfortunately let it ebb and flow, I think, too much. I think I have been far too lenient, far too open with them, and they're not going to change what they believe. So I sent my mom a series of text messages, including links to all the shit that Trump's doing. Because here's what kicked this off. This is a little personal story. I told my mom I was going to DC, right? And, day of the inauguration, she asked, hey, are you at the inauguration? I'm like, no, nobody's at the inauguration because they moved it inside the Capitol, et cetera, whatever. And I said, instead, No, I'm not at the inauguration. I'm following around Nazis. I'm following around a Nazi rally in the streets, which was the Proud Boy rally. But there were actual Nazis there, not just Proud Boys. What Joe said, thank you for super chatting $10. Hey Jordan, hope you're doing okay at the moment, but honestly I'm not doing great. I'm scared for my rights being stripped away, scared for my GF and friends who are immigrants. Please stay safe, everyone. I'll talk about that in a second. So I was talking to my mom, and I said I'm following around the Nazi rally, and she said, Nazis in DC today? And my mom is conservative, but doesn't like get news from anybody except like I think watches like Russell Brand shit. And I was like fucking gobsmacked by the idea that she would be like, Nazis around the Trump inauguration? I was like, so I left. I was, home, and one of my journalist friends who's still in DC was like, hey, the Patriot Front fuckers finally showed up now that you left. Yes, of course they did. They showed up to harass the March for Life. And I just clipped a story and I sent it to mom. I'll read what I've sent to my mom. And she hasn't responded. This was like 3 days ago. I've continued piling on. I've continued sending more stuff. So I know she's seen it. She hasn't sent anything back. Sorry, I am still sniffling, and there's that little crackle if you can hear it in the back of the throat, because I am... The DC dry air, the cold air is no fucking joke. All right. So, I sent the Nazis I mentioned, is what I said. And then, what I said, and I provided links to all these things. The Nazis could have something to do with the president already having sitting representatives trying to amend the Constitution to extend his term limit, to which I sent her a link to a sitting representative trying to push an amendment that would allow Trump to pursue another term. And then I said after that, or it could have something to do with the racist billionaire who did a Nazi salute at the inauguration. And I sent a side-by-side comparison of Elon's Sieg Heil with an actual Nazi Sieg Heil, and they're basically 1-to-1. And then I was on a tear at this point. I was kind of in for a penny, in for a pound, so I said, or maybe the Nazis are just happy that Trump just rescinded an executive order from the 1960s that prevented discrimination in employment. To which I sent a link of to the Axios story about Trump rolls back bedrock 1960s era civil rights measure. And at the same time, this is me again. And at the same time is firing all DEI employees, which will very likely come to mean anyone they don't like or isn't straight and white. To which I sent an AP article saying Trump administration directs all federal diversity, equity, and inclusion staff to be put on leave. And then I was kind of on one at this point. So I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm just going to keep going, which is kind of my thing. So after that, I said, I'm sure the litany of rollbacks on environmental protections and green lights to massive corporations to pillage protected sites is also entirely unrelated to the fact that his cabinet has the most billionaires of any presidency in history. I sent links to all this stuff, and I'm sending you these because I know... I'll skip through that part. That's a little bit more personal. But so a day went by. No response, nothing. And I've been researching a lot of how this is going to affect trans people, in particular, the trans women who are being put into men's facilities. I don't want to talk about it too much because it's very depressing and very dark, but I do talk about it in the video I'm working on right now, so stay tuned for that. Support is appreciated. But I said yesterday at 10, this is probably completely unrelated to all the other things and the explicit promises I talked about them making last year when I went to CPAC. I sent an article today saying Trump will ban trans women from women's prison by removing trans inmates from rape protections. To which I said, hope I never get arrested for being at a protest. If I'm ever charged and sent to a penitentiary, I'll probably be V-coded because of how my body has changed with HRT. 0.6% of the population are trans, and the people you voted for just sanctioned state-sponsored rape of anyone in the carceral system. Just so you're aware. That's what I sent to my mother. And I sent her a House resolution bill saying, and before you think that's too extreme, they just introduced a bill to label Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. There is no organized group. Anyone attending a protest they don't like can now be deemed Antifa, and they'll be charged as a domestic terrorist. Which is true. That is what they're angling towards. Make no fucking mistake about it. Like the underpinning, if you have ever watched them say Joe Biden is a communist, I can't even fucking. If you've ever watched, does my family respect my gender identity? No, and I've put up with it for too long. And see, now they have less of a reason to in their eyes because, the government doesn't recognize that. Yeah, Joe Biden is a 90s era Republican. He is. The idea, but it doesn't matter, right? It's all messaging. It's all branding. And it's not just for Trump sycophants and the followers to jump on the bandwagon and say Kamala Harris is a socialist. Kamala Harris is a Marxist. Nobody knows what these fucking words mean. They just throw them around, just like Antifa. And the purpose isn't to accurately describe something. The purpose is to target your enemies. Because if you can conjure the image of a communist or socialist, Marxist, Antifa, whatever, to the base you've inculcated, you are saying this person is explicitly violent. They want to kill you and your family. They want to take your cars. They want to burn down your targets. Whatever bullshit they want to make people believe. And is it fucking already doing the thing? Yeah, it's... God, I fucking hate the YouTube thing. I'm just going to go to main real quick. So, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh, it's for the purpose of making it easier to then label somebody they don't like as a agitator, a leftist, whatever, a Marxist Antifa. Because if you are on the other side of a picket line from them, not only does that allow the police to justify violence against you more, which we've seen, not only does that allow them to pardon violence done against you by people like the Proud Boys, by other fascist groups like the Oath Keepers, which we're seeing basically being encouraged openly now with the January 6th shit. But, like, where is that line? If they have... All right, so let me lay out these dominoes for you. We'll talk about that in a moment. It's not what I want. So there's this one, and then there's, God, what was the... I'm trying to remember. It's the... Is it the Department of Civil Liberties? Fucking great. Oh, here we go. So, historically, when we talk about stuff like this, we want to, the knee-jerk reaction is to look at something unfolding like this and be like, okay, well, the system will stop it. The problem is that nobody fucking listened to all the leftists, to all the historians, to all the fucking sociologists and the anthropologists and everybody who was blaring warning signs saying they want to change the system. Every dumbass blue dog Democrat who was like, oh no, Kamala, you got to vote for Kamala for harm prevention. You got to do all this stuff. Don't try and push anybody further to the left. One of the reasons why people wanted to push these fuckers further to the left is because this would eventually happen either way. If Kamala got elected, Trump or somebody else or DeSantis or whoever would have run again with the same Project 2025 backers. Like, the Rubicon had already been crossed. Iki the Sickened. Oh, I'm sorry, you're sick too. Hey, DD pals. I sincerely wish we could have a more hopeful mood, but Trump is a monster. I could barely hold it together myself this past week with the flood of hate and sludge he and his ilk have propagated. I have more to say, but that can wait. Thank you very much. And the pup, thank you very much for super chatting $10. What is the best outcome of our current situation? Please answer without getting too nihilistic. I'm begging because we all need some help right now. So here's the thing. There is no need to be doomer and nihilistic. There is no need to catastrophize. It is the natural human response, right? Especially when we are barraged constantly on social media with Trump's doing this, the DOJ is doing this, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. Are things going to get worse? Yeah. Do we really have a choice about it? Probably not. Are there things we can do to not just help ourselves, but help others? Always. Do any of those things involve laying down, letting shit just happen, rolling over and accepting the inevitability? Fuck no. Not for a second. And nobody should ever tell you that it does. I talk about this in the video. It's hard to end conversations like this on a hopeful note. I realize that. But the thing you need to be focused on right now isn't the national level. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? Politics has progressed in such a way in America that the snowball is effectively out of any one civilian's hands. I mean, unless, you want to have a little yahoo, whoa, like, outside of that, which I'm not advocating, by the way. I would never. You absolutely cannot say that. Put that aside for a second, right? Because the reality is that most people aren't gonna. And most people don't want to. But what people need to do to truly fight back against the oncoming tide, the ever oncoming tide of ignorance, negativity, hate, misinformation, because it is going to get so much fucking worse. We have, again, it's a multifaceted issue where it's not just Trump, it's not just Elon Musk. Like, they just invested billions, hundreds of billions into AI that basically Trump and his likes have full control over. It's going to get a lot worse. But it is in service of tearing people apart, isolating them, making sure that the people who have the best interest in fighting back are uncoordinated enough to actually do that. The way you effectively battle against fascism and fascist ideology is in your community. And I've talked about this. I talked about this back at Project 2025. I've talked about this when Trump was shot. I talked about this at the election. You need to go out and find your local group. And if there is not one, you need to take part in making it. If you live in a rural area, if you only have internet access, there is some way that you can help a cause right now. And the other part that people really need to grapple with and get their fucking head around, especially on the left, especially, oh my God, the way I just want to, some leftists, is y'all motherfuckers, I'm not talking to all of you, chat. Purity testing needs to be gone now, yesterday. The idea that you are not prepared to ally yourself with somebody over, and when I say this, I mean petty bullshit. Petty bullshit. Right? Like stuff that is fine if you want to do it, but if somebody else just doesn't, if somebody else slips up and you see them with a Starbucks cup, and suddenly you're going to say, well, you can't actually, you're not part of the struggle. You did this, that, and the other wrong. And like, you really, really, really need to not let those little things get in the way of a much bigger picture right now. Because every time somebody lets these, and I mean, these are minuscule, tiny little fucking details that people, especially on the left, the amount of times I've seen people online freak out over stuff that is fucking inconsequential. Like, do you actually want... And this is something that I think everybody, if you want to get into community organizing, you want to get into community outreach, you want to actually get into activism that does something good, is do you actually want to help people? Or do you want to hold a moral high ground over people? Do you actually want to help impoverished people in your community get food, get housing, get medical care they might not be able to otherwise? Or do you want to, I read theory, and the shoes you're wearing, actually they aren't good praxis because they're made with slave labor. Which fucking way are we going, leftists? Because one of those paths right now is the one that we're on. One of those paths is people yelling at each other so loud that everybody is just at their throats. Nobody is fighting for a tangible, a realizable common good. Let me see. I can't see what y'all are saying. Exactly. That is a great way to put it. Sorry, let me put that over there. Fernby, perfect is the enemy of good. Like, hey, when we actually have a social movement, when the left has a meaningful, and I mean meaningful, not the fucking Democrats, when the left has a meaningful foothold either in the Democratic Party or a leftist populist movement, whatever form that takes, when we are actually in the conversation, when we have a seat at the table, we can fucking start ironing out the details, right? But let's work in broad strokes here, because I understand every college communist who's taken an economics course and read every volume of Capital. At 23 years old, they have the ideas that will save the economy. They know everywhere that every other form of communism or socialism failed, and they are the ones who have the answers. But right now, that is not sellable. Right now, none of those answers fucking line up. And as a result, like when you look at probably the biggest fucking reason that conservatives have galvanized as an entire movement behind Trump is you can look at all of these different dipshits and motherfuckers who, granted, do not have any wider goal to help or aid society. It is based entirely around fascist goals, fearing the other, selling the idea of prosperity, of returning to this grand Americana that never fucking existed, right? But more than that, they aren't at each other's fucking throats over stupid little things like the left often does. All my leftist friends turned on me in November for voting for Kamala. Fuck them. Like, I didn't want to vote for Kamala either. A lot of leftists didn't. It felt hopeless. It was fucking hopeless in the end. But that doesn't change the fact that you are voting in really the only interest you've been given between Kamala or Trump. And guess what? Anybody, like it's a thing I'm pretty divided on with Kamala, because like I was saying, Kamala, if Kamala had won, okay, that staves off the Trump agenda for 4 more years. Maybe he doesn't run next time. Fine, whatever. But like, you can't fucking convince me that they would have finally got him. They would have brought him up on charges. They've done that multiple times. It didn't fucking do anything. He's too fucking rich. He's too fucking influential. He has too many people already in his pocket. And everybody who said, well, I'm not voting for Kamala because of Palestine, like, that's kind of the shit I'm fucking talking about. And again, this is a weird gray area where you vote for this milquetoast fucking Democrat, we're going to get more of the same milquetoast Democrat shit. The stuff that they just fucking roll over and go and shake hands and smile and take pictures with these motherfuckers. Like, have Kamala or Biden? Let me look this up real quick. So we have, let me look up this at Fox News, but when I Google Democrat response to Trump's gender defending women fucking executive order, the first thing is the East Bay Stonewall Democratic Club. That's the first statement. A Democratic club. U.S. Representative Seth Moulton. The White House, Trans Americans respond, glad, and then Fox News. Now, I want to see if anybody on the Democrat side is cited in this Fox News story. Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. No. I haven't seen and this is our opposition party, right? I was looking through, because I'm expecting an email. I was looking through my spam folder, and I had like 5 fucking emails from Nancy Pelosi, because at some point my name got put on some fucking, newsletter watch list, and it was all stuff about, oh, this is shameful for democracy. This is terrible. Then fucking do something about it. Like, there is. Anyway, sorry. I've been rambling a little bit. I apologize to everybody. Skeptically altruistic, there is no real political party for the left. Any prospect of revitalizing the community died in the Red Scare. Kamala was not a leftist due to the fact that she only wanted MAGA to vote for her. I mean, like, not community. Because here is the problem. The things that are going to happen, and I can't say for sure everything that's going to happen. People are catastrophizing right now about, oh, hey, the price of coffee is going to go up 50%. All of these groceries, all these things we get from South America are going to go up 50%. Starting trade wars with all of these countries that we depend on for a large amount of our produce and our energy. Not a fucking good idea. The idea that all of these countries are just going to pay for it, and then Trump's going to remove the income tax, and somehow, I mean, like, that equals profit for the rich in the short term. What the fuck about the rest of America? Things have the capacity to get very dark. And that is putting aside, like, that's talking about the state of the economy. Oh no, the people who voted for him won't ever. It was something I was talking to a journalist friend about when I was there in DC. They don't ever see anything as his fault. It's always going to be passed to the deep state, the left, the Marxist Maoists like Joe Biden or whoever the fuck. Let me read some of these real quick. Iki the not literally saying thank you for $3. I was left speechless yesterday when my therapist suggested that Muskrat was offering my heart to you with his blatant double Sieg Heil. We the people need to stand together and send hate and ignorance packing now. Fuck, man. Fuck. That's... You get a new therapist. Like, straight up. Jesus Christ. Robin, thank you for $20. Holy shit, thank you. The world is very scary right now, especially for those of us who are already marginalized. We need to stick together and protect each other. Stay safe. I love you all. And that's what I wanted to circle back around to before I started getting sidetracked by how feckless and useless the Democrat establishment is that whatever form this storm takes, whether it is economic instability, which is likely, whether it is a housing crisis, which is likely, whether it is a wage crisis, all of these things continue to look more likely by the day. And that is, again, that's the economy. That's the economic aspect. That's outside of the knock-on effect these pardons are going to have for open violence in street groups. Do you remember? Let me see if I can find... I'm going to talk about all the DEI shit for a second. But, Enrique Tarrio, former Proud Boys leader, maybe I think he might be part of a sect or group or whatever. Now that he is out, who was pardoned, by the way, for his role in J6, the Proud Boys leader wants revenge, he told Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist host of InfoWars. The people who did this, they need to feel the heat. They need to be put behind bars, and they need to be prosecuted. Success is going to be retribution. We got to do everything in our power to make sure the next 4 years set us up for the next 100 years. Well, that sounds exactly like a fucking Reich to me. Do y'all remember when Trump said, stand back and stand by. And every fucking dork-ass Proud Boy loser was like, yes, absolutely, that's my president. Hello, pupper. Lady wants to say hello. Hello. Hello, dog. Hello. Okay, she goes back down. They have been emboldened by this, by these pardons, and more broadly, talking about the pardons, the rollbacks on DEI. Because it wasn't just the trans protections that took a fucking nosedive. From AP, Trump signed executive orders Monday rolling back protections for trans people and terminating DEI programs within the federal government in what he described as in his inauguration speech as a move to end efforts to, quote, socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. Now, you better believe, because this also includes rollbacks revokes the Equal Employment Opportunity Rule signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1965. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, which is still law today, had a loophole that excluded federal employees. Johnson signed the Equal Opportunity Rule to close the loophole, and those protections were signed into law in 1972. That rule bars federal contractors who employ 3.7 million people from discriminating against job applicants or workers on the basis of race, gender, religion, and other protected characteristics. So, tie those two together. You're getting rid of DEI, but you're not just getting rid of DEI departments. You are now removing protections for federal workers for discrimination. So you can feasibly, if you wanted to, hypothetically, fire somebody just because they're from a minority group. And you might be thinking, well, Jordan, that's ridiculous because there are people who watch out for that kind of thing. Are there? Who knows anymore? Because Donald Trump fired 17 independent inspector generals. Or I guess inspectors general. Those fired Friday include inspectors at the Pentagon and Departments of State, Veterans Affairs, and Interior, which oversees marine oil and gas leases, as well as Indian Affairs, said the fired official who spoke on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation. Now, mind you, this was done entirely by executive order. Like we talked about with Project 2025, the people who organize this believe they are using the idea of a unitary executive theory to basically say Trump can kind of restructure and order whatever he wants. And it's in the country's best interest, so you got to do it. Former Trump lawyer Sidney Powell, an ally of the president, defended the decision, saying existing IGs are virtually worthless. Now, that also, Trump's new Justice Department leadership orders a freeze on civil rights cases is another knock-on effect of the DEI changes. The DEI panic, let's call it, has put a freeze on civil rights litigation and suggested it may reconsider police reform agreements negotiated by the Biden administration. Attorneys were ordered to not file any new complaints, amicus briefs, or other certain court papers until further notice. Those agreements, reached after investigations found police engaged in civil rights violations, still need to be approved by a judge. They were among 12 investigations in the law enforcement agencies launched by the Civil Rights Division under Merrick Garland. Now, let me see, Justice Department. Yeah, freezes civil rights litigation. So that's all that's happened so far. But we know for a fact that Trump has repeatedly talked in the past that police officers need to be unafraid to do their jobs. So if he's going to, let's say, pardon people who've been violent on his behalf, fire anybody who doesn't fall in line with his ideas, which he is doing and has already done, replace them very likely with people who will fall in line to whatever agenda he wants to put forward. How safe is anyone who is not on board with Trump right now? I'm not just talking about in the government. I mean all over America. Because you have fascist groups that have been emboldened who are now looking for quote-unquote revenge. Morningstar option 89, thank you for 5 months. Hey, DD, do you think in 4 years they will be able to bring segregation back like neighborhood and school? I mean, they're already trying to do that with the prison system. Like here's the thing. The DEI restrictions have already had a knock-on effect. Target rolls back DEI initiatives, the latest big company to retreat. Joining major companies like Walmart, Meta, and McDonald's. In a memo sent to its employees, Target will end its 3-year DEI goal, stop reports to external groups like the Human Rights Campaign Corporate Equality Index, and end a program focused on carrying more products from Black or minority-owned businesses. Now, I've talked about the shittiness before of rainbow capitalism. Companies are not people, and those companies are not your friends. But it is incredibly telling when you look at the timeline of how these things line up, for example, where, by this account, Target's DEI measures are 3 years old. 3 years old. This is not something that has been around forever. And yet, using corporate DEI, using ideas of diversity, equity, and inclusion, people like Trump, people like, more importantly, Project 2025, the think tank behind Trump right now, like Trump didn't write those executive orders. Like, make no fucking mistake. Trump did not sit up late at night going over the legal jargon of what each of those orders entailed and how they carried them out. No. Those were handed to him by people around him. And it was in service of pushing a wider agenda, using the guise of things like DEI to roll back civil rights era protections on federal workers and discrimination. And that's just in the first week. Where do we think we go from there? Joey J, thank you for $5. Wish I could do more to show how much I appreciate what you do. Thanks for giving us a place to gather. I am glad y'all are here. So, to answer somebody's question about do I think they're going to have segregation, I don't know. I don't know if they can. Like I feel like I mean, fuck it. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Nobody seems to acknowledge or care about these rollbacks on civil rights protections that have been around for longer than like probably anybody in this chat's been alive. By a magnitude of decades. And I haven't heard word fucking one from the resistance, from the Capitol Hill Democrats. AOC has been out there. AOC has been on a bit of a warpath. God bless her. And when people talk about like, oh, AOC did this, AOC fell in line behind Kamala, that's exactly the nitpicky shit I'm talking about. Because you know what? Yeah, she got in line behind Kamala because what fucking alternative did we have? Thank you, people like Chuck Schumer. Thank you, people like Nancy Pelosi. Thank you, people like the DNC. Thank you, people like Hillary Clinton. What fucking alternative did we have? What's your better idea, screwball? Yeah, she got in line behind people like Kamala. But you know what? When Kamala's fucking not here, AOC is going to community organizing meetings in her district. Show me another fucking sitting representative in any branch that's doing that shit. Death of Atari, thank you for 4 months. Dead Domain, you're awesome. I love you. Keep being awesome, Sauce. Thank you. Some Cosmic Joke, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Yeah, Fernby. She also said, I will fight Nazis until I'm 6 feet deep. She went out, first off, AOC knows how to use things like TikTok, things like Instagram, social media to reach people. Another thing that the fucking, good God, the Capitol Hill Democrats have no fucking idea how to do. When memos came out about how they were like, oh, we need to find our own Joe Rogan of the left. It's like, the fact that you can kick Hassan out of the DNC, that's why. Like, little things like that are why you fucking lose. That's just true. And I'm not a big Hassan head. But if you are part of the Democratic establishment, like I think Hassan has had some bad takes. Everybody has. I have. Everybody has. Sorry, excuse me. But if you are not able to recognize that he is overwhelmingly popular, particularly with a young and active and impassioned group, dog, the Democrats who are there need to fucking go. And you're sitting here being like, oh yeah, we need our own Joe Rogan. This motherfucker is out on the front lines interviewing people for prison reform who are slave firefighters. And mainstream Democrats try and act like he doesn't fucking exist. What the fuck? Like, again, not a big Hassan writer. I don't watch Hassan. But like, you have to see how their best interests no longer fucking align with the actions they're taking. Or I should say the actions, the interests of their constituency. The people they purport to represent, which they don't, and they haven't in my entire lifetime. Hassan is a socialist, and Democrats don't want that because that would hurt their billionaire donors. Yeah, basically. But guess what? When you actually, I had this experience. I talk about this a little bit in the video where I had a very odd, surreal experience with a woman who I interviewed at a Trump event. Where, you know, she thought I was just like a lib lefty. She called me a liberal, which like, and we got sitting, asked her a couple standard questions. And afterwards we were sitting there having drinks because she bought me a drink to thank me for being so polite or whatever. And we ended up getting to talking about Veterans Affairs. And long story short, I began to explain, I was on a bit of a tear about how, like, essentially, her interests and my interests were more aligned than she realized. Because I want free, universal, basic public housing and income. And it's not, and I had to preface it, I'm like, okay, walk with me here, follow me. Because this isn't like some commie socialist bullshit. Walk with me here. Like, let me sit and talk to you for a second about how we do not take care of our veterans. And this was somebody who came from a military family. Husband, 2 kids, all military. Dad, military. I think dad, military, if I remember correctly. And I began talking to her about these things that, mind you, if any other conservative, if it wasn't one-on-one conversation, just 2 people talking, shooting the shit, This is the socialism, the communism, the Marxism that they want to spread fear about. Because it was me saying, we have, right now, this amount of completely empty fucking homes. Meanwhile, we have this amount of people on the streets. It's not that we need to build housing for people. And I'm not talking about giving everybody their McMansion. I'm talking about giving everybody a roof over their head, basic human decency, so that nobody has to die out in the cold in the richest country on the face of the fucking planet. And when I'm able to talk to her about things where the touchstone is something she has experience with, when she has friends, her husband has friends, her kids have friends who were former military, who were wounded in combat, who were homeless, who went on disability, who didn't get help from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And she knows, at a base level, right, there is the propaganda conservatives buy into about homeless people, about how, oh, they're lazy, they're drug addicts, until somebody knows one for themselves. Until you know a Marine or an Army vet, until you know somebody who was physically tough enough, who had the gumption to go through basic training. Well, basic training, advanced training, right? Somebody who you know personally has work ethic, drive, physical capability, who not only those things, but also worked and sacrificed in your belief system for the United States government. In the conservative brain, these are the people who are fighting for our freedom. They deserve our utmost respect. They want to go shake their hand everywhere they go. Oh, thank you for your sacrifice and your service. And yet there's that dissonance, right? Where you can ask somebody, okay, well, how do we fucking solve this problem where the Department of Defense is still spending billions, hundreds of billions every year to maintain all these bases around the world, to send money to all these wars that people keep saying they don't want to fight. Yet, we have all of this real estate that's just sitting there wasting away, and we're building more every fucking day. And people are unable to even get a start in the world from nothing. Because it's not just people completely, it pisses me off when Matt Walsh talks about this shit. People completely do not understand the plight of being a homeless person. Because it is not just a matter of, this isn't the fucking 1940s. This isn't the goddamn Dust Bowl where you can walk up to somebody with a truck and be like, hey, you need any help picking fucking corn in your field or whatever the fuck, and they'll pay you 50 cents for an hour and you can save up and get a hot meal. You can't just walk into somewhere if you don't have your ID, if you are not well maintained, if you can't come back for an interview. And more, those jobs are also being given away to automated services. In DC, every McDonald's I went to, because that was like one of the fastest foods I could get, and I was just looking for literally any calories or protein to keep me going. They had those automated kiosks and like 2 or 3 people working behind the counter. How much longer before you think all those fucking burgers are being flipped by robots? Where are the entry-level jobs going to be then? Like, these conditions are only getting worse. And at some level, this conservative lady, I cannot express this enough, a Trump voter passionate enough to travel to D.C. and go to a party to celebrate the inauguration wearing Trump gear. And a leftist was able to sit down with her for a couple minutes and lay it out in words that she understood why these things are necessary. And she agreed. It's another thing that leftists, people on the left, need to abandon, is the idea that our interests, do not align in any way with somebody who would vote for Trump. And a lot of people, you're not going to fucking like hearing that. I'm sorry, it's the fucking truth. It just is. And I'm not saying everyone by any fucking stretch, right? I spent the week following around Proud Boys. I spent the week following around people who wanted to call me a fucking it and yelled in my face and called me an Antifa agitator and all this other shit. I'm not saying the fucking Proud Boys. I'm not saying Patriot Front. I'm not saying people like Stephen Miller and Elon Musk. Their interests completely aside from anybody in this chat. They live on a different plane of existence. Their existence is to simply pilfer and manipulate. That's it. They are about power and nothing else. However, that does not stop their propaganda from being broadly successful with people whose interests, when you get right fucking down to it, is not so different than ours. People who want healthcare, people who want affordable housing, people who want good jobs, people who want to have their kids be able to get a good education without teachers having to pay out of fucking pocket for school supplies. And I want to thank you really quick. Lady DeFage for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy shit. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think it was 22. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Lady DeFage, for keeping a roof over my head. And that's true. Is that so? There was a woman I talked to. Again, this is another thing I think is kind of a valuable look into my trip. Aaron in stereo, interests may align, but that doesn't mean anything. They aren't willing to admit that their values need to change. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Like, yeah. But I think that is more of an issue with messaging than anything. Like, that is more of an issue with conservative propaganda being so much more effective. Not just in how it's pushed, but where it's being pushed. And I got what you were saying. There was the woman who I talked to for the video. I streamed it. But the J6er, the nonviolent J6er who was pardoned, who was almost in tears as she was talking to media about how she wants to, the first thing she wants to do is take her kids to football practice. A 12-year-old son. She had missed a year or two. And that tugged at me a little bit. Right? Like the idea, it was a very humanizing moment for these people who had spent either all day dehumanizing me through like questions they would ask or like just insulting me in my face. To see somebody just so simply forget about all the politics for a fucking second and just talk about, I miss my fucking kids. And we need to accept that there are people in the Trump camp like that who are standing side by side with people like the other person I interviewed at the J6er who was the violent offender. And as leftists, as people who want to do community outreach, it is so important. Like, it goes back to what we were talking about with Luigi. The importance of Luigi isn't necessarily in, showing the billionaires that they can bleed. Although certainly that is a major component of why Luigi is such an important figure at this particular moment. To show the rich fucks, the oligarchs ruining the planet, ruining democracy, ruining the country, that they can be touched. They are not invincible. An important lesson for them, sure. But for the larger body, I think, especially for leftists, seeing the reaction from the broad right wing, not the corporatist right wing, not people like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, we saw how they reacted in their comment sections. Everybody else, the people in those comment sections, the people telling the story of how some healthcare CEO out there fucking ruined their life because their wife got cancer, their kid got a tumor, somebody couldn't pay for this and they died. The same people. It's the reverse of what a lot of Democrats and liberals need to be fucking doing right now, because I've seen a lot of this, and I want to fucking smack somebody in the back of their head every time I see it, where they will have a Trump voter who's like there was the video going around, that was a Latina Trump voter talking about how she was crying into the camera, talking about how she was afraid her family was going to be deported. And I've seen nothing but dickhead usernames. I just read the word username, sorry. Dickhead liberals saying, oh, she deserved it. Like, you reap what you sow. That fucking smugness. That's why so many of them turned away from Kamala. It's the deplorable bullshit all over again. When reality is, for so many people, that should be the moment to pill that person. That is the opportunity you have to help awaken somebody else's understanding of the wider world of politics and the role that they have played in it. That should be a galvanizing, radicalizing moment for any American, especially a Trump voter. When the Trump voters start talking about, man, what the fuck, the eggs are $20, why is my coffee $17 all of a sudden? I didn't expect these Trump tariffs to hit me. I was a Veterans Affairs. I saw this story. Somebody was a Veterans Affairs officer who got fired because of the DEI sweep. They thought, well, I didn't think this would affect me. That's not the fucking time to go, aha, you get what you fucking deserve. That's the time to go, hey, come here. Let me tell you how our enemies are actually the same people. The people you voted for want to hold you down, want to profit from your misery as much as they do with me. It is our communal interest to work together. My mom told me she didn't think that anti-trans stuff would personally affect me. I mean, that's not true. Guess what? It's going to affect every trans person. Because just like the emboldening of fascist street gangs and street violence, it is just going to embolden the average dipshit who is looking for somebody to bully, looking for somebody to harass or victimize, or, unfortunately in many cases, worse. And that's going to have a lot of people being very scared. Exactly. Kiwi Teepee, you get it. If we don't pill these people, there's a million people on the right that won't miss that opportunity to blame whatever other minority. Fucking exactly. Exactly. It is not about, like talking at the beginning about how we need to form community, how we need to come together. It's not just about, okay, the queer groups need to have outreach to the black groups, the Latino group, the Asian group. That's all well and good. But every single person in your community is going to be affected. And you need to realize that. And work from that baseline. You need every single person, this is what it gets down to with the left, is you need to decide right now, if you want to help people, if you want to get into community organization, you need to decide who you're going to stick up for. And if it's just going to be the people that serve your interest directly, or if it's going to be anybody who needs it. Because let me tell you, we won't have a good, strong, united leftist movement until we start doing that, until we start sticking up for everybody who needs it. Blood Card Beefy, thank you for $10. The hate of men will pass, dictators will die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people, and so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Charlie Chaplin. Fucking based. Freedom Evie. The disabled group is held up or supported by no group, and we are a minority. Then find other groups to be held up with. I know several people who are trans and disabled, who are black and disabled. There are always, like despite what, and this is another important way to counteract conservative propaganda, is to be present, to be there, to show that even if you are afraid, you exist. That you aren't going to be coward. You aren't going to be put in a closet. Because let me tell you, the most fascinating thing fucking happened when I was pilling this lady on the housing question. The most fascinating fucking thing happened. Because the way she started talking to me was basically like kind of a veiled threat about how I shouldn't go in the women's restroom. And I was going to say locker room, but there wasn't one. Because I was wearing a full face of makeup. I wasn't particularly trying to like pass or anything. Obviously, my voice doesn't pass very well. But I was obviously pretty queer, right? Pretty queer to be at a Trump like inauguration celebration. And when she first started talking to me and referring to me, she was using he, him pronouns. And I was fucking fascinated. When out of nowhere, and I never talked about my pronouns. Out of nowhere. Because the restaurant had like a bottom floor that was like kind of a bar area, and then we moved upstairs later. And she introduced me to like some of her friends, and she started using she, her, and they, them. And I think she started using she, her, and then kind of switched to they, them because she wasn't sure. Like, I don't think she was using, like, I think she was using they, them pronouns the proper way. And that has, like, it was, I was fucking gobsmacked. I felt like I had been smacked in the face when she used she, her, and they, them pronouns for me. Here's this middle-aged white woman Trump voter who started off he, him, right? And just by being present, having my face of makeup, my cunty outfit, sitting down and talking, and showing this person that I was not a threat. I was not the dangerous trans person. I had cracked that facade a little bit. It was a fucking moment of clarity. And I think people underestimate the value of being present in that way. In a non-confrontational way. And this, I want to be fucking super clear, by the way. I'm sure somebody has probably already left this. I'm sure somebody is probably already pissed off saying, oh, Dead Dumb Man is saying we need to be friends with Trump. I'm not fucking saying that by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying that you need to go and hang out with Trump supporters. I am not saying that you need to go buddy up. Yeah, it actually goes with another thing I wanted to talk about, which is fucking Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu is an example of what I'm not fucking saying. I am not saying that you need to be a goddamn doormat for other people's political agenda and ambitions. There is a difference between acquiescence and simply not moving out of the way. Being present, existing, remaining in sight, instead of cowering in the shadows. Excuse me. And so, yeah. Like all of that big long rant is all to say that no. It's not the time for doomerism. It's not the time to catastrophize, to have a worst case scenario constantly at the front of your brain. That is going to happen for a lot of people regardless, especially in victimized groups, in minority communities. But if you want to tangibly affect the world around you right now, you need to be counteracting in the most direct way possible the division that is coming, that is already here. The best way you can do that is through community, through organizing, through spreading knowledge, and most importantly, for any coalition movement, which is what we need. We need coalitions between leftist groups, between ostracized right-wing groups, because you can bet your bippies there are going to be conservatives, people who voted for Trump who are going to feel betrayed, people who thought Trump would act in their interests, who realize that he hasn't. People who have never spoken to a trans person. People who don't have black friends. People who will be politically unmoored and adrift. And to build that broad coalition, we need to be dedicated to educating them. Dedicated to helping radicalize people to the situation. Regardless of their economic status, their skin color, their gender minority, their religion. That's another thing I know a lot of leftists aren't going to fucking like to hear. Their religion. Because at the end of the fucking day, we have to share this rock that we live on. And there are a small portion of people who are trying to take it away and strip it for all it's worth on the backs of everybody else. And the only way we can push them off of our backs, is if we coordinate and work together to help and support one another. Morningstar option 89. I've been trying to do to them what they never had someone do to them before. Listen and sympathize with any pain. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. Do you have any fucking idea how much it drives me up a fucking wall every time I see a leftist or a liberal or somebody insult the followers of people like Andrew Tate or Joe Rogan. Because if you talk to people like that for even a couple minutes, have an honest heart-to-heart conversation, you'll find how fucking lonely and sad they are. And that they know it. And they need somewhere else to go. And those are the only outlets. They are fucking snatching them. And then when they have them, they're saying, everybody else thinks you're actually a toxic male. And they want to suppress you for this, that, and the other. And you actually belong here with us because you're an alpha male. Give me $99.99 and I'll show you how you can get a Bugatti. Or whatever the fuck, right? Kiwi TP, we're so atomized. And the atomization is like, it's part of the point of shit like social media. It is. I'm gonna say something that might be contentious, but I need to explain it so I don't sound like Alex Jones, because it is social engineering in a very real way. That is occurring right now with social media. Over time, we've had these social media platforms that have emerged and catered to various different groups, and those groups have shifted, ebbed and flowed as things have progressed, right? Like Tumblr has always skewed more feminine for whatever fucking reason. It has always had a lot of fandom talk. It has always had a lot of art and artistry. Despite the fact that a lot of people just kind of use it like Instagram. Like they just post pictures and shit. Same, Instagram has an entirely different demographic that can skew slightly older. And Facebook, fuck, man. Like, looking at how Facebook has changed in a decade, Going from like the thing that was hot. Yes, I'm to all the Zoomers in the audience. There was a time where Facebook was the thing to be fucking using, which is, I know, mind blowing now. But seeing how these things have changed and shifted, and they are aligning now, and make no mistake, in service of this administration. It is social engineering. Like the stuff we're seeing on TikTok. The stuff we're seeing with Meta very suddenly changing its algorithm and discrimination policies, following in step with Twitter, even though Twitter's changes have been fucking disastrous. Like the company is losing money. They've been doing terribly. Engagement is going down. But it's being mandated by the government right now. Does that make me old? Because I remember when it was cool. Only if that makes me old too. Saxy boy moment. I like how, at least for me, YouTube feels like it's split on its political side, since YouTube feels like an everyone's website. I would fucking love that. And granted, my YouTube algorithm is a little fucky because of the shit that I've had to watch, both for this, just like streaming, and in general. But YouTube is getting more right-wing. The sensationalist aspect, especially around this Gamergate 2 shit, the culture war bullshit, like right-wingers have thrived on YouTube, which is fucking funny that like they're like, oh no, we gotta escape censorship and go to Rumble. And it's like, dog, do you know how explicit you have to be to get censored on YouTube? I showed like what, dozens of clips of Synthetic Man basically saying people needed to be executed, that Jews were behind like corporate control. Like clips that were still on YouTube. His channel's still up. Dozens. Minutes worth of content where he praises Hitler, spreads misinformation, verifiable misinformation. Like the content algorithm system is fucked. And it's so annoying how they still play the fucking victim narrative that like, oh no, we're actually suppressed and we're shadow banned and this, that, and the other. It's like, no, you're not, like, by any fucking stretch. And yeah, here's another thing that's going to be broadly unpopular with leftists. I hope I don't sound like a tanky. Some people are going to be like, oh, Dead Domain's a tanky. Where was I? Somebody sent me something where they were talking about me, and they said, oh no, Dead Domain straight up sounds like a tanky. I don't remember what I was saying. But nope, not a tanky. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It's not tanky shit to say that people should arm themselves, especially in minority communities. Thank you, Miss Thorm. I probably won't watch that on stream, but I have it clipped, and I will watch it later. A tanky is an authoritarian communist, essentially. Like it is somebody who is pro censorship, pro suppression of information, it is somebody who like is basically every dumbass what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Stereotype about communism. Like they advocate political suppression of dissent and violence. Yeah, Nozbols are the mirrored side of tankies. Your boy Max4 is arming herself a controversial thing. I think it is getting less controversial, thankfully. They're red fascist. Exactly. Like they're fascist in and of itself. And like, here's the thing. If you're a fascist, but your end goal is to like, yeah, kill all landlords, but then we'll have free healthcare. Okay, great. You're still doing a fascism, right? You are still doing a violence. And I'm not saying like violence isn't the answer. What I'm saying is that, like, at the end of the day, you are still using all of those tactics. You're just doing it wokely. You know, suppression of information, violence against political opposition, you're just doing it wokely. Guess what? The pendulum is always going to swing back. Morningstar Option and I feel very alone in attempting to reach out to right-wingers, white men, IDK, how to build community. Find a local group. If there is not one, start one. If you are sitting here asking, how do I start a local group? Come up with a name. Start an Instagram, a Blue Sky, and a Facebook. Make a flyer for weekly meetings and find a local coffee shop. Put those flyers up all over your community with links to all those social media profiles. And say, hey, I want to meet here with other like-minded people who want to form a group for community outreach. And from there, once you have multiple people, from there, you outreach to other groups. You outreach to your local black population, Asians, Latinos, any impoverished communities, and you organize. And here's the really important part of organizing at a community level, is you keep it small. And I think so many people want to go, they want to go big, they want to go flashy. And again, you have to ask yourself, are you in it to help people? Or are you in it for a platform? Are you in it to make yourself feel fucking better? Because they're two very separate things and they require two very different amounts of work. If you want to be in this shit, you have to dedicate yourself to it. And that means finding when city council meetings happen and going to them. Finding when fucking school meetings happen, school board meetings, and going to them. You know why? Because conservatives are. Right-wing fascists have been working for years to work their way into local state governments. The left hasn't. At least not in anything but the biggest cities. So how do I cope with a awful work environment while I look for a safer place to work? I mean, honestly, Breaking Kirby, Cultured Kirby, I wish I had advice, because I've fucking been there. I've been in shitty work environments for sure. But how to cope with that while you look for a safer place to work? So that's the other kind of side of this thing, is that as much as I want to encourage everybody to stand up, you can only do so much by yourself. Any one person can only do so much alone. This is why community is so important. So you can have somebody who has your back. So you don't have to worry about being trans or being black or being Latino and being caught walking to your car one night and some drunk asshole decides to beat the shit out of you. If you are with somebody else, if you have somebody else to call who can help you. And unfortunately, I think that's going to take a little while to happen. I would say try and find somebody who can have your back in that case. If you are in an environment where you don't feel safe, and like a lot of people, as again, the knock-on effect this is going to have as far as businesses go, is that small business owners are going to feel that they can now discriminate more. That they don't have to put up with this wokeness. They can start calling it how it is. There will be people who get fired for being trans, for being black, for being queer. There just will. And guess what? Those people probably aren't going to get the representation they deserve. for actual discrimination. Because it's merit-based and people should have the right to choose, even if somebody is doing a good job. It's still capitalism. Like, we got to live. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's still capitalism. And, like, as much as it would be nice to say, oh, yeah, we can, overthrow it and we'll have a great big commune and pipe dreams are wonderful, but they are entirely different from the tangible reality that is facing so many people. So if you want to help people, and you should, what we need right now is people who want to help. Because, and I want you to consider for a moment, everybody's sitting out there thinking to themselves, hey, how can I get involved? How can I do this dead domain? For every one of you, right now I'm looking at my chat, there's about 500 people watching. Wherever you are in the world, wherever you are in America, there are, I guarantee, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 people in your area who are sitting there, aren't watching the stream, but are thinking the exact same thing you are. They are wondering, what the fuck do I do? I want to do something. This world is coming down around me. I don't know how. I don't know what I can do. I'm just one person. And I need you all to understand that when you create that Instagram, that Blue Sky, that Facebook, whatever it is, you make that group, you are giving people a nest to fly into. You are giving them a place to turn and be listened to and listen to others. You are starting the communities and coalitions that we need. Kiwi TP, we the left are on our own for the next few years, but we're strong, especially if we come together. All of you are strong in your own ways. Exactly. And thank you. You should repeat that on Twitch. Ashley, thank you for $10. People who say they like capitalism but hate cronyism aren't opposition. Don't clown on them. Our ideas are popular, but our words are demonized. So get creative. I mean, Ashley, I think again, like this, the neoliberal streak again. It's a leftist thing that you need to take the time to. First off, you need to educate yourself, because you can't educate others if you yourself aren't educated. And that doesn't mean like reading some boring theory. Theory can't be everything. We cannot. I don't want to get into a whole theory thing, but read some boring shit. Read some economic theory. Just go fucking find some shit. The internet is free. Most of it is public resource. There's a great online Marxist library that has a ton of stuff. Go read. If you want to know about community outreach, and you want to know more about civil rights, you want to know more about the path we took to get here, I encourage everybody watching right now to go look up and watch speeches from Fred Hampton and Malcolm X. Because, and don't get me wrong, I don't agree with them on everything. It was a different time. It was a different world. But by and large, the systemic struggles that they were recognizing at the time have metastasized in the ones that we are all facing now. Sorry, I realize I've been sniffling into the fucking mic the whole time. Simply just don't be sick. Yeah. Banana Brains. Much of us are already friends, but those who don't know, friend of the channel, Riverboat Jack, and her community does a lot of locally organizing work. Check out her community, and people there will help you find your local community and orgs, help out, and make a difference. That is a great question. I've been thinking about actually starting a podcast, another podcast, because I already do Podatalk. But I'm so sorry, everybody. I've been thinking of doing another podcast that would be essentially going and interviewing journalists, community leaders, community organizers, political figures from minority groups who are being targeted, and just sitting and chatting and talking with them and being like, okay, what do we do? How do we fix these? What are these problems? How do we fix them? And what can other people do? Axel XYZ 321. The fear we have, the kind my husband has expressed to me, is that the level of punishment and risk seems so much worse now. The ability to get caught seems so much easier. We want to get involved, but we don't know how to without putting our loved ones at risk. That's something that everybody's going to have to come to on their own. When I talk about being armed, when I talk about people like Fred Hampton, people like Malcolm X, people like the civil rights leaders who also advocated for community level work and an armed citizenry, it is because together you are strong when you can protect yourself and your own. That's just the truth. Sophie Bliss, thank you very much for 10 Canadian smackaroos. I think everybody needs to... It's another thing they need to reckon with is what are you actually willing to sacrifice to stand up not just for yourself, but your loved ones. And more importantly, and this is I feel this isn't a very American thing to say, certainly not with the current contingent of conservative people, but what are you willing to sacrifice to stand up for strangers? What are you willing to do to protect the rights of somebody you don't know? Their success does nothing for you. You do not profit from them in any way. Now, the capitalists, the ruling class, the people like Elon Musk, they don't give a fuck about people like that. You should. Is that differentiation? That's what sets us apart from them. Seeing the humanity in each other and knowing that that is what needs to be defended. That's what needs to be protected. And it's not going to come without sacrifice. It's just not. How are we feeling, chat? Feeling good? Feeling strong? I've been working all day. I was working today on the video about the inauguration. Like I said earlier at the beginning, I finished the script for it. And a lot of it was the stuff that we're talking about now. And then also just the random details about like being yelled at and called Antifa and all that shit. But more than that, I was working on the Brianna Wu piece. I think we'll transition to this soon because Saxy Boy moment, I feel like war is about to hit us. I mean, whose war? Your boy Max 4 weirdly motivated? You fucking better be. Good. I need you motivated. Everybody needs you motivated. Every one of you. Audacious Ocelot, thank you very much for following. Probably because it's coming. I don't know about civil war. There is civil unrest at some point coming. I don't know what form it will take. I know that the fascists, the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo, the Oath Keepers, the people that are broadly accelerationist, like not in any, what's the word I'm looking for? Not in any pragmatic way, but when you hear people talk, like, it's very clear that Proud Boys and their ilk, they relish the opportunity to do violence. That's what they go to things looking for. They claim they're there to stand up for freedom or whatever the fuck, but they want violence, ultimately. But yeah, I'm not going to, somebody saying, I'm not going to be like Tim Pool being like, I think a civil war is coming and this, that, and the other. Because, like, there's no fucking way you can know that. It's nothing but fear-mongering. And that just encourages more violence. Like, I'm not on here like Alex Jones saying, you need to be stocking up and you need to be going and getting food for your family and buy my food buckets and you need to make sure that you have the guns for when the leftists come and you can eat them. And, like, fuck that. That hurt my throat a little bit. I'm not saying that. I am saying that form those communities now. Form those safety networks, mutual aid networks. Get to know the people in your area. Create tangible spaces. And learn how to actually protect and produce from them. And if there is civil unrest, God, excuse me, sorry. The more I talk, the worse it gets. If there is that civil unrest, if there is marching in the streets and riots and all this stuff breaking out, those are the spaces that you will be able to have to fall back to. Because the conservative wet dream of the Hollywood action star, going about, they want to shoot protesters and the Kyle Rittenhouse stereotype, right? That's why they've galvanized so much behind Kyle Rittenhouse, is because he represents the ultimate fantasy of all the fucking weekend warriors that take their AR-15s out to these fucking protests, is that they just want to fucking murder somebody. They just want to cowboy it up. That's not what we want. Sorry, excuse me. HC, thank you for $10. Hope you're going as good as you can considering the situation. I am doing... What? What do you want? Wug. Why are you yelling at me, huh? You're such a butthead. Oh, here's dog. Dog bring... Okay, you want bone. I don't like having to leave at field. Then don't leave. You don't need to leave. Nobody needs to fucking leave. And in fact, I would say it is better if you don't. Like, this is another thing that I think comes from such a privileged liberal point of view. It's like, fuck this, I'm out. Okay, well, that's great. If you can afford in this economy to fucking move to another country, why, and I have to ask, why are you not putting those resources towards helping other people? Because what you are doing, to me, what you are doing is you are abdicating your social responsibility to help other people. You are responding, ironically, to the rise of conservative fascism in the most conservative way possible, which is to say, fuck you, I got mine. I'm just focused on me. Fuck everybody else, they're on their own. Fuck that. D. DeLarca, the most patriotic thing you can do is be Antifa. While I agree with that sentiment, I would be careful about using the term Antifa explicitly. Considering they're currently putting in measures to denote anybody who's Antifa, which is a group that does not have a centralized body or organization of any kind, as terrorists, domestic terrorists. Sorry, I'm European. It's normal here. God, I wish it could be that here too. Like, I really do. But no such luck. In the beam, thank you much for following. We should have a secret code name or some shit. Just left us. It's another thing I wish that, and hopefully this becomes a broader goal of leftism moving forward, but the idea, excuse me, how do I feel about people leaving because of fear of medical bankruptcy? One thing we've had to look at is face the idea of chronic illnesses resulting in severe debt. Here in America, insurance is about to revert even more. Well, that's entirely different. That I can absolutely understand, because that's a matter of, like, you literally would not survive. Like, that's an entirely different thing. But I don't know if even that comes from a privilege and being able to afford insurance. No, because, like, as we were talking about, like, even people with good insurance get fucked over by insurance. That's why so many people were happy when the CEO got capped. But no, I think another thing that needs to be done away with insofar as, like, the dividing of the left is the atomization of all these, like, the dozens of little groups as, oh, are you a fucking this socialist? Are you a Marxist-Leninist? Are you a Trotskyist? Are you this fucking that or the other? Because, again, it comes across as people who are more preoccupied with lording what theory they've read rather than creating tangible change. Like, it's that one, that ContraPoints quote, but if you're on Twitter, you've probably seen it, but I can't recall it off the top of my head. It's like, okay, do you actually want to make change, or do you just want to keep bitching about how change isn't being made? I think there is something to be said for trying to unite under a more centralized idea of what leftism is. Not liberalism, leftism. Because the broad and fractured left in America does not have a reaction to Trumpism, to MAGA, to nationalism right now. We have the Democrats, which are an answer to the rhinos, as far as the more slightly vaguely centrist, even though Democrats are pretty far right, vaguely centrist answers to one another. But the left is so divided on what to fucking even call themselves, if they like somebody who's a tanky or a this or that or whatever, that we don't have any united contingent. Excuse me, sorry. It's like when people say, people accuse me of being like a commie and a socialist and stuff, and it's like, no, I don't. I realize it's a very fucking lib thing to say, but I don't identify with any of those terms. I just don't. I think each ideology has its pitfalls. I think it has its successes. And I think, more importantly, a lot of that theory around those things is based on an outdated understanding of the world. Well, you can look at what Marx has written. You can look at even stuff up until the 60s. You can look at stuff written in a more modern context. But the world they were living in is tangibly not the same one we are. And so we cannot rely on not just the solutions, but the observations they made about that world. It's good as a framework. Yeah, like you can start there. Like if you want to you want to pill somebody and turn somebody on to just being like, man, what the fuck is wrong with the world? Yeah, have them read a little bit of Marx and be like, damn, this guy was spitting like 200, not 200, but over 100 years ago. But you can't sell yourself as a Marxist. First off, because it doesn't sound good. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Like, the ignorance of the United States population, the broadly, generally, the United States population, the ignorance is because of propaganda that has said, oh, these stupid commies, they want to kill you all and take your family and they don't want you to be able to go to your church and all the burp, burp, burp. Which is just like not true. But conservatives have convinced their base that it is. Am I really that old already? The man, Julie. I've been nervous about my new classes in school, but your videos and streams have made me laugh. So thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. Turtle Chum, I'm in the middle of rereading State and Revolution. We're still doing things Lenin dragged us for in 1917. Aaron in Stereo, even anarchism has its pitfalls, and I've explored them, the biggest being what to do with community members that do wrong and how free association can backfire in some situations. Yeah, like there are things that we need to understand. Here's one of the big things, I think, is that every one of these like tiny little leftist contingents, whether they're anarchists, socialists, Marxists, whatever, they have fully conceived of a utopia, the perfect world, the fix to all systems in each way, right? Even if they, haven't considered every outcome. But in the most conservative sense, we are going to see that the eventuality of trying to skip steps to get to the government you want with Trump in a very real way. And trying to restructure something so immediately, so forcefully, that it is going to fuck all kinds of shit up. P-Whiff, the Antifa terrorism thing is fun. McCarthyism 2.0 will be way more extreme post 9/11 Patriot Act. Fuck a Patriot Act. Post Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg working with the United States government. Like, this is another thing. I love you all dearly on Twitter, but every time you make a joke about Elon Musk getting capped, first off, hilarious. Second off, they have your data. You better believe that there is somebody at Twitter that has a folder that they are sending all that shit directly to somebody at the DHS, and they're composing a file on you. Awesome Kid TH, do I think revolution is even possible in our world? Nonviolent revolution? I don't know. I would hope so. Danger Days, I don't believe I'm on a list. Better believe it. You best start believing you're on lists. Where is my dog? What do you want? I mean, most revolutions are usually violent, so. And that's part of the scary thing, right? Like, nobody wants to keep thinking about violence. You shouldn't. You should be wary of anybody who is thirsty for violence. If you have somebody in your group who says, oh, I can't wait to fucking bash some fascist heads in, nothing good can come of that. Especially at this moment. Yeah, exactly. Anna Texas. People are so cavalier about posting on the internet when all that info is going to get scraped. Oh, hell, do a fraction of OPSEC, please. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so... Yeah. Spooky Pepper. Ideally, violence should be avoided, but we do not live in an ideal world. Yeah, I would prefer not to harm another. I agree. Like, I completely agree. That's why I advocate for arming yourself. But there is a difference between arming yourself and what conservatives want to do, which is to go seek random violence in the streets, to seek people to be victims. And there is a difference, again, there's a difference between seeking that escalation and what I'm advocating for community defense, which is to have a deterrent, an easily understandable deterrent to protect people. Now, unfortunately, in our liberal society, we're too late for doing that with a lot of people who fucking need it right now. Like in a better, more organized leftist society, we would be like having coalitions of people peacefully but armed, resisting police taking immigrants. That's not happening. It's come too fast, too hard, too fast. Try to communicate people with that might want to talk. You're fine. It just boils down to, I don't know how to explain to you, you should care about other people. And yeah, actually, how do I communicate that? It should be an innate desire to uplift everyone, but I don't know how to talk to people that just don't share that. That's a really good question. Sorry, everybody. So for those, if I'm understanding the question correctly, for those who don't know, basically they're asking, how do I express to people that you should give a fuck about other people? And I think, again, this comes down to ideas about educating yourself so you can educate others. So if somebody asks you, well, why should I give a fuck about somebody else's interests? You can be like, okay, let me explain to you how, again, the people in power are working against your interest and my interest. Let me explain to you how things like community outreach, joining this voting organization, working towards this helps you because of this, this, and this. That allocating, like, all right, let's say, example, where you're at a school board meeting or a city council meeting, and they have allotments for budgets. And you can advocate for, hey, some of this needs to be spent towards this. And somebody's like, well, why would I want to do that? Because there's, the fucking, like giving people a safe space to do drugs, right? That's a big conservative thing they like to hinge on, being like, oh, Portland, they just have centers where people are walking around doing heroin. And if you can sit and explain to somebody, hey, actually, we need this for this, this, and this, and it helps rehab programs for this, this, and this, and it actually decreases the rate of spreading these diseases like HIV, this, this, and this, and prevents outbreaks that will affect these communities here, here, and here. And any of these issues, they all tie into each other. And this is why educating yourself, this is why being active in your local community is super fucking important. Because the more you're active in your community, the more you get to know your city council members, your school board members, the issues affecting people, where the budgets are going, why aren't the roads being fixed, why aren't there more houses and community programs for homeless people, why isn't there enough funding to soup kitchens, like all of these things. The more you go into and understand these things, the better equipped you are to actually advocate for them, not just in front of the people making the money shots, not just to help create a coalition and create a base to continue advocating for these things, but to people who don't understand why they're so fucking important. I guess. I hope that answers your question. The Bob, thank you for super chatting $5 to quote another YouTuber. Violence is made necessary when the privileged give no other recourse. A riot is the rhyme of the unheard. It's People say this shit all the time. The person I struggled with really held on to the idea that being poor to the point of homelessness for whatever reason meant you had a moral failing. Double so if you had an addiction because you chose to take the first drug. Now again, that is another thing you need to be prepared to argue against. Because, and here's where on a personal level, like fact checking doesn't do shit at a large level in newspapers and magazines. On a personal level, if you know somebody, you can say, hey, read this. Hey, I'm going to read this to you. Sit down, shut up, listen. If you can get to that stage, you might be able to reach somebody and help them see the reality behind it, because a lot of that is internalized, again, by conservative culture and propaganda. This idea that if you are poor, it is because you deserve it. If you're rich, it's because you deserve it. We live in a merit-based society. It has nothing to do with the fact that rich people are just fucking born and then groomed into continuing being rich, and they get so rich that they'll never be poor no matter how much they fuck up in life, which is, we've seen that borne out so many fucking times. Brody, thank you very much for $5. Not to be cynical, but do you think if we came together as a voting bloc, the left could make a dent across the country, like, say, in the Midwest? Fucking absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. There are so many people in the Midwest whose interests align perfectly with leftism. The problem is, they have been constantly let down in a lot of states by Democrats. Especially when you get into, and not even in the Midwest necessarily, but like, especially when you get into the South. The way black communities have been manipulated and essentially lied to by Democrats who've continued to gerrymander these populations for decades with promises, oh no, we'll improve this, we'll do this. And basically their only selling point is, at least we're not Republicans. Yeah, these leftist things can absolutely fucking work with Midwesterners, with Southerners, with anyone. Because again, all of these people are feeling the same economic pressures, and those things are only going to continue mounting. All of these communities have issues with drug use, with homelessness, with housing, with stagnating wages, and the rising costs of housing. Anytime you go to a city, you know what I hear? If I go to a different city or a town, and I'm visiting somebody, I'm talking to somebody, one of the things that always comes up is, what's housing like there? When I was down in LA, people were asking, hey, what's it like living, like Spokane? How much is it to live there? When I was over in DC, people were asking, hey, what's the housing market like in fucking Spokane? Probably because nobody knows where it is. But the point is, these are things that affect everyone. Ink the Alpha Crafter, hi, I'm an Ohioan, I'm a leftist. And again, beside the Northeast and Twin Cities, Minnesota is a pretty red state. Kind of the same with, it's not dissimilar with Oregon and Washington, honestly. God damn, have I really been ranting for over 2 hours? And Colorado. Yeah. And here's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize about Midwestern states. I think it was Montana that has... Was it Montana? I think Montana has one of the highest suicide rates per capita. Because you have these states, like Montana and the Dakotas, that are largely empty expanses of farmland. Like, there is not a whole lot doing, right? Are you talking more like Ohio Midwest then? Like Illinois, Wisconsin, in that area? Is that what you mean by Midwest? Yeah, we're right on the border of fucking. Yeah, this is Paddington. This is my Paddington. He's wonderful. Montana is the Great Plains. I would still say that Montana is a state that a lot of people talk about in terms of being red. And when you actually look into Montana, like I was saying, they have the highest, I believe, one of the highest suicide rates per capita. Let me make sure I'm not fucking lying. Per capita. Fucking dog. Dog. I don't miss. Number one. CDC. I think this is the good one I found. Yes. So these are the states with the highest suicide rate per capita. And a lot of them, you may notice, are predominantly known as being red states. Now, why is that? Aside from the fact that many of them are incredibly sparse, incredibly isolated, which can lead to high rates of depression, they also are incredibly underfunded when it comes to social services, healthcare, and suicide prevention. Because they're fucking run by Republicans. And these are the kind of social services that Democrats need to attack. And when I say attack, I mean push. The ideas of these things. Like, it makes up, what the fuck was it? I think, what did it say? Montana by state. Suicide rate per 100,000 people, 28.7 in Montana. Now, granted, what's Montana's population? $1.133 million as of 2023. Do you have any idea how many people in Montana then, in a populated area, would know somebody, or at least know somebody who knew somebody who committed suicide? Like, again, these things, they're all interconnected. They're all woven together. And it is contingent upon leftists in creating these communities and creating this community outreach to help people understand how our interests align. Even if you want to say to somebody who's like, oh, well, I'm from Montana and I don't believe in this liberal Democrat bullshit. And ask, hey, do you know anybody who's tried to kill themselves? Let me tell you how your state doesn't properly fund medical care because they want you to believe it's socialism. Let me tell you the funds the governor has taken for fucking vacations and shit. Let's sit down, have a cup of coffee. Let's talk about how they've pitted you against someone like me for no fucking reason. OJ Shrimpson, I just came in and you looked directly at the camera and stared into my soul. That's how I fucking do. Misanthropic. I personally believe that we've leftists are the true patriots in America right now. To me, being a patriot is being someone who is selfless and caring about people no matter who they are. Exactly. It pisses me off as an American, as somebody who grew up being very the things that radicalized me were realizing that we have these social responsibilities to one another, not just to ourselves. And I think the more people who realize that, the better off we'll be and the better equipped we will be to create a solid foundation of a working coalition. And it goes beyond, again, this is another thing that we need to talk about in a broad sense. It goes beyond just like proletariat, right? And the bourgeois. Let me read these super chats. Thank you all for donating, by the way. Castle's Music and the Moist Bama Fox, thank you for following. Brody, thank you for $5. I guess the issue I'm thinking about with lefty voting blocks in the Midwest is a culture war. Seems to have really dug in there in IDK if it'll shift. I mean, again, this is why I think it is important to be visible, to be out and proud, to be active in your local community, to show them a trans person, a queer person, multiple trans people, multiple queer people, multiple black people, multiple people who go against their stereotypes publicly, constantly. And to reach out to these people and show that you have their interest, the interest of strangers at heart, that the politicians do not. I think it requires a broad shift in most people's approach to electoral politics that the Democrats are certainly not willing to really even entertain. Axel, if you want a lighter pivot, how did you get into gay club dancing culture? You mentioned on a few streams just going out and having fun. I have no experience, grew up in a super red state, so I never got involved, and now me and my partner have an interest, but no social skills or reds. I mean, just find a gay bar. Find a local bar. Like, start at one bar. If you have a partner, you're already ahead of the curve. Like, you don't got to go drink alone. You're good. You don't have to go drink anyway. One of the nice things, I've actually stopped drinking for a little bit, just because I drank a little bit every day when I was in DC, and yeah, that's I'm getting to a point, unfortunately, where like I fucking feel hangovers, which sucks, but is what it is. Whatever. But like most bars, even if you don't drink alcohol or you're not comfortable drinking alcohol in a public setting, most bars have perfectly fine non-alcoholic like cocktails, like good, delicious, savorable drinks. Like you're good. You're good. El Salve, thank you for $10. I used to believe I was different alone, and that was crazy, but it wasn't until I discovered others like me in LGBT communities. I'm watching channels like Contra and Dead Domain and many others. I am so happy to hear that, because I was the exact same way. I think so many people are, especially people who came from conservative backgrounds. There's so many people. Somebody was asking me, and they were trying to do as like a gotcha in the bottom of the de-radicalizing hate video. It being like, I wonder why all these former right-wingers came out as trans. And I'm like, probably because they had never stopped to think for a second about something that they just thought wasn't them. They just thought it didn't apply to them, that these struggles didn't affect them. And sometimes you just need somebody to talk or listen. And you don't know what you can awaken in somebody else. Castle's Music, when I heard about the DOE, Department of Education, being shut down and 504 plans and all that stuff being erased, I was crushed as an epileptic. Glad I graduated before this. I'm the only like leftist in my family full of Trump supporters, and it's stressful. I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I know the beat. I know the feeling. Intimately, unfortunately. I want bar food. I want food. I should get some food. Alrighty, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some more water, and we can, you know what? Let's talk a teacher in this economy. Yeah, like I have nothing but, if you are a doctor, a virologist, or a teacher right now, fucking straight up braver than the troops, more valuable than the troops. All right, I will be right back, and then we'll talk about Brianna. Okay, yas. Slay mama. Boots the house down. Listening to this article right now. Where the fuck? I just had my up. No, that's not it. Where? Shut up. Okay, there we go. Ah! I get to talk to Michael Picard. I don't believe so. I saw that he was there in your live stream. Oh no, I did get to the protester. Yeah, we ended up, after that live stream ended, I ended up getting drinks with him and the other counter protester who was there and Amanda. Well, getting drinks. We all just kind of went into the local bar and got warm. But yeah, I did get to talk to professional douche, I guess. Seems like a nice guy. Sorry, my lips are getting so chapped with the fucking cold. Lee Kessner, thank you for $2. You're talking what I needed to hear today. Thank you very much, Lee. I hope if nothing else, my little ranting inspires somebody to take action. Because you can do anything. If you can do anything to help, you should. No, he's very funny. He's very funny. He was doing some good work. All right, chat. Sorry, give me one more second. Fernby, just curious, what's the best way to donate to you? What platform gives you the biggest portion of the dono? Ko-Fi. If you can find a link under my videos to the Ko-Fi, I call it Ko-Fi. It's supposed to be coffee, but Ko-Fi. I would give there if you could, because that gives me most of it. Unfortunately, while I do appreciate the super chats and everything, YouTube and Twitch take a decent amount of a cut. Yeah, it's around 100%. It's pretty damn close. Like, they take a little service charge, but it's pretty much 100%, and it goes right into my PayPal. Eric Nelson, thank you for $5. Hopium, I'm a chair for an LGBT positive group in my job. 48K employees. Our allyship has increased massively since the inauguration. That's the shit I'm talking about. Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch are 30 to 50% take. Very true. Unfortunately true. But yes, if anybody wants to give larger donations or like any donations, the Ko-Fi is incredibly stupid appreciated, honestly. It's All Cake might not be the best way to get involved, but I bake bread for the neighbors in my little apartment complex. Been able to have more in-depth convos with folks that way. Let me tell you, It's All Cake. That's exactly what I'm fucking talking about. That's good shit right there. You are caring for your neighbors. You are forming community, whether you know it or not. That is incredibly important. Yeah, you're literally breaking bread. There you go. Like here's the other thing, is that if you're like, oh, well, I don't want to go to a student council meeting. I don't want to go to a city council meeting. I don't want to be the person to stand up. I'm not good with speeches. I have stage fright. You can still do other things in a movement. in a group. You could still be there for support even if you're not on the front lines, even if you're not the face of the organization. Like, when I say there's a place for you, there is a place for you. Make a mean pot of pinto beans. I mean, hey, you know what? That sounds like the fucking makings of a potluck. Right there. See, you and It's All Cake need to fucking coordinate. Right there. That's leftist potluck group every Wednesday. Let's go. Let's go. Community organizing. And that's the shit I'm talking about, is reaching out to people. If you want to know how to start small, how to start independently, you can do it independently. Like, you can work out the details of the big picture later. You just need to get the ball rolling. You need to get other people on board who are just as passionate as you, but they need to be able to find you. You need to be able to find them first. Create a place where people can contact you. Put up flyers so they see it in person at local small businesses, boutiques, small theaters, places that are going to be more amenable to leftism and liberal arts. If you have local coffee shops, local small concert venues, the places where they're going to do shitty punk shows, the places where they do stand-up comedy, the places where they do slam poetry, the places where people are passionate. That's what you need to be putting up those flyers in. You need to have an Instagram or a Facebook or whatever so people can contact you. Because those people want to do something. I guarantee it. Even if it's bringing a cake or a pot of pinto beans to a gathering to help feed people who need it. Be there for that. A community. Creating a community is about doing what part you can. And as long as you are putting in the effort you can, you are doing good enough. Dead domain, do trans bars exist? Usually they're just gay bars. But like, for an example, when I was in DC, I went to a queer bar. I talk about the experience more in the video that I'm doing. But it was trans night. So I guess it was like more like, oh, this is like a night specifically for, like entertainment. Like, it's a queer bar, so trans people are always welcome there. But it's more of a like, if you want to meet other members of your trans community, you can come out this night. And granted, that was in DC, so that's like a really big city. We don't have any such thing here. I mean, in Spokane, you have like two kind of gay bars. They're more like drag bars than actual gay bars. Like, having now been to actual gay bars in like LA and Texas, like, which are very separate kinds of gay bars, by the way. But the point stands. It kind of just depends on what kind of queer bar it is. Because some places are going to be super trans friendly. Some places are going to be, okay, this is just like a lesbian bar. Some places are going to be like, okay. So I should preface that by saying that the lesbian bar I went to was incredibly trans friendly. And I was there with a bunch of other trans girls. So. Which is the fact of the matter is, most trans bars are, or most lesbian bars and gay bars are friendly to trans people, despite what TERFs might want to say. Anyhow. I don't like my local gay bar. It sucks. Trying to build momentum, but my friends are all struggling themselves, so don't have the time, energy to organize, and haven't had anyone reach a level of urgency. Bars kind of suck. So, don't like getting propositioned by random drunk people. That's fair. That's fair. When it comes to having friends who are too tired, I need everybody to also understand that while I encourage everybody to get started whenever you can, but we are working on a slope here where people will be taking time. A lot of people are going to need time to get their feelings together, to find that will to keep going. And you should be there for them on a personal level if they need to talk to somebody, if they need to confide in somebody. But understand that other people, a lot of people are going to need time to process. And that's okay. The point of community is to be there for them when they need it. Again, you have to ask yourself, are you doing it for yourself or are you doing it to help others? If you're doing it to help others, be there for them when they need it, not when you need it, when they need it. And that's more of a personal, interpersonal relationship thing, I guess. All right, chat. I feel like I'm almost going to sneeze. Sneeze. No sneeze. Wug. Should I get some food, chat? All right, let me actually go on main so I can see some of these messages. I need to stop punching them. I need to find I had a thing for my back that was helping me get better posture. Stress eating. I'm not stress eating. I just haven't eaten much today. I can't send spaghetti from here. Ooh. Girl, spaghetti sounds good. Go for some spaghetti. What do you think, dog? Lady has the cutest little look on her face. Oh, she say, that's me. That's me. That's me. That's you. Hey, get down. Good girl. Good baby. That's my good baby. All right, I will get some food. What are we feeling? We need a lady cam. We do. Hopefully if I can move this next year, we'll get one. But until then, womp. Food. That's what I was doing. Thank you for reminding me, dog. Oh, I ordered my girlfriend in Texas some food. So my location was set to Texas for a second, and it opens directly with Whataburger, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I would love a Whataburger. Anybody who has a Whataburger know them. The patty melt, y'all know what I'm talking about. Come on. Let's go with. Wendy's sounds good. Exactly. Banana Brains in the chat saying we're aware of the danger, but I'm saying that there will always be danger, and our job is to protect ourselves and our rights. I mean, when you say ourselves, you mean not personally, but like our community. Whataburger gross. You have the right Whataburger. Hey, hey, what the hell? Shush. Hey. Ladies mad at the Whataburger slander? Yeah. I got when I was down in Texas visiting my girlfriend, I got a Whataburger, or I got a couple Whataburgers, and then was it Whataburger and Waffle House was the other fast food. And like, damn, those waffles. Whew. It was funny to walk in with like as three trans girls just like ordering Waffle House in the middle of Texas. It was like midnight or something. It was very funny. Kinker Plunk, hello. Ooh. Ooh, Texas cheesesteak. Mmm. Oxpecker Whataburger go hard. I had to pause my college homework assignment to say, I get back to your college homework assignment, you dork. All right, my food should be here in 20 or so minutes. So in that time, so if y'all have followed my Blue Sky exploits recently, switching gears a little bit, if y'all have followed me on Blue Sky, I've been beefing a little bit with Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu had blocked me on Twitter. And look, most of the time I don't care if somebody blocks me. I probably said something that, pissed them off or rustled their jimmies. I honestly don't care much. Brianna Wu is one of the only people I've been glad she's blocked me because of the shit I would have said otherwise to her dog shit takes. Like, if y'all have seen me interact with people like Matt Walsh, for example, Matt Walsh, who's retweeted me several times. Matt Walsh, who knows who I am. I know you know who I am, Matt. And the viciousness I will tear at people like Matt Walsh with is nothing compared to the viciousness I have gone after Brianna Wu with. And she has now for those who are in the know, if you know, follow me on any social media, if you know from the Patreon, that I'm working on my next deep dive video. When I say deep dive, I mean in the tradition of Synthetic Man, in the tradition of Matt Walsh, I am diving deep into research about the history of manipulator, liar, grifter, and all-around dipshit Brianna Wu. Yes, you heard it here first. Well, second or third, but Awesome Kid THDD, you would have a harem of trans girls. I do not have a harem. I was with my girlfriend and we were with a friend. I have a girlfriend. Jesus Christ. Don't you okay, you can't be joking about that shit when there's allegations out there about like Destiny right now. That's how it starts. Like that's ayo. Didn't she yell about the Destiny survivors? Yeah, she said some fucking horrendous shit about the Destiny survivors. I don't even remember what it was, but it was fucking galling. So for those who don't know, oh yeah, no, I've seen Blair White. Blair White, she's basically been accepted by the same people who accept Blair White. It is, bro, I can't believe Destiny is Diddy maxing. That's fucking crazy. Calling it Diddy maxing is fucking nuts, dude. That's fucking wild. Diddy maxing, that's fucking crazy, dude. No, it like kind of like I'm just gonna say, since day one of my streaming, look, Epstein. Oh, that's good. Fuck, that's good. Since day one of my streaming, there are two left figures that I have been. At first, I was kind of reticent to talk about my opinions on them. Over time, I think people kind of wriggled them out of me, but I've never shied away from the fact that I explicitly do not like Destiny. Never have. I think he's a dipshit and a dickhead. And it's hard to like kind of balance my feelings with the victims because I cannot feel any sense of satisfaction at this. At his downfall. Because, like, by necessity, the shit that he did impacted, exploited, manipulated, lied to, and abused people. And there's nothing in that I can celebrate. Right? However, it is a saving grace that people now know this shit and that it's come to light. Yeah, there is a satisfaction. Let me show you all this dog right now. Can I help you? Can I help you? Excuse you. Excuse you. Do not whoa me. My son dog is laying right next to me. This dog is such a fucking goofball. Destiny thing, I genuinely didn't hear about it. Castle's music. Destiny was... Well, Destiny is being sued. So there is at least enough proof to base a lawsuit on. And I believe he's being sued by 2 women. I haven't kept up with it because it's Destiny. All the fucking drama barnacles like Nick DeOrio and those folks have been making all sorts of videos. And I'm going to be real. While I care about it and fuck this guy and push him out of every space he's in, I do not care enough to like keep up with it. Like, it will matter to me when nobody is fucking interacting or talking with Destiny again. Like, that day I'll celebrate it. Until then, nothing. But he had multiple lawsuits against him because, well, first it came out that he was filming women who were much younger than him, legal age, but much younger than him. Which like we need to talk about this idea of, and it's like a very manosphere thing, which isn't surprising because guess what? He's been on a lot of fucking manosphere podcasts. We need to talk about this idea that just because somebody is 18, it's okay for a much older man to like essentially groom them as long as it's legal. Like socially, it might, by the letter of the law, it might be legal. It should not be socially tolerated in any aspect. For somebody who's over the age of 30 to have sex with an 18-year-old, nah. Like you, especially somebody who has a fucking platform and has obviously used it, nah. Anyway, like I'm not saying it's pedophilia or anything. I'm just saying it's fucking gross. I don't know if Hassan has a video on it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch Hassan. But no, the Destiny thing. So he was filming women having sex with him, showing it to people from what I have heard. And then also when some women didn't want to have sex with him, he would like try and blackmail them with messages, like DMs, like explicit, like blackmailing. Yeah, Lady DeFage, you get it. I'm in my 30s, but I have a pretty hard cutoff at 21, and realistically, I would like to be in the same place in life as my date. Yeah. Homelander, hi, Dead Domain, how are you doing tonight? Oh, it's been a night, but I have some burgering on the way, so hopefully that will help things a little bit. Yeah, but so like Destiny is a fucking sex pest who could have seen this coming. The asshole who talks about women like sex objects. Brianna here, sorry, I just hit the mic. Brianna actually chimed in a very disgusting way to... Oh, no, I didn't say bourbon. I said burger. Burger. Le burger. Drag to storm scale. Burger King. Several Hasanabi videos has on Destiny. And that's understandable because unlike Hassan, I don't stream for like 8 hours a day. So, like I understand Hassan covering just about anything because he has to fill that fucking time with something. I get it. I don't know if I could stream that fucking long. That's every day. I mean, I would get nothing fucking dumb. Like, nothing. Damn burger! I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna fucking front. I've shown multiple partners in the past the Pink Panther movie with Steve Martin. And every time, we've all walked away being like, that's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. Like, I understand it was really hated when it came out. I loved it because I was an idiot child, as one does. But going back to it, there's some really good shit. There's some really fucking good shit in that movie. As one does. Oh, I know I would like Hassan. I've seen a lot of his takes I like. But, yeah. Has Jordan heard about Destiny allegedly sleeping with Lauren Southern? That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. He goes both ways? That's nuts. He fucks boy Nazis and girl Nazis? Dog. That's fucking nuts. Destiny goes both ways and somehow it still makes the shape of a swastika. That's fucking crazy. That's bananas to me. Ayo? Ayo? Yeah, that is Brianna Wu, regretfully. Tara Boobs, thank you for $10. You are so wonderful. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Must be a kink shrug. I'm going to say a lack of standards. What's going on with Destiny? I mean, like, so here's the thing. He never denied the Nick Fuentes shit, did he? Like, I think Nick probably did because he has to, but, like, I don't think Destiny, like, basically said, his response, he pulled a Vosh. Excuse me. He pulled a Vosh where he was like, yeah, I guess shit happens. Which, like, here's the thing. In my heart of hearts, I don't believe it was actually Nick. I think Nick Fuentes is gay. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe Destiny and him hooked up. However, I think it's fucking weird in that case that Destiny wouldn't want to put that rumor to bed. Of course, he knows that he's stoking controversy, and at his heart, he's a troll who really doesn't seem to believe in much of anything except being miserable and making others miserable. So I guess that works to his ends. Hello, Doug. Hello, Pooch. I love you. I love you. You are fine. Stop it. Yeah, that's the thing, Alex Spector. It's a weird thing to stoke controversy over, right? All right, chat. Hoping my food is almost done. Wendy says they're wrapping up. Skeptically altruistic. That was the most wild statement I've ever heard. Quote, somehow he swings both ways, but somehow it still makes the shape of a swastika. I would be incinerated on spot if someone said that to me like a Thanos. Thank you. All right. Aha! Food is heading my way. Let's fucking go, chat. So, getting back... Sorry, we're getting off topic here. You asked a question for 100 bits. Oh, so you did. Sorry, Oxpecker. Do you have any thoughts on when younger people that have hooked up with several older people get stigmatized as well? I mean... It depends on how young. And I think it is, like... If I had an opportunity to talk to a young person who had slept with a bunch of older people... I would ask them to make sure why. Like, why has that occurrence happened? Why has it happened multiple times? And to try and examine their position. Because when you're that young, I say this as somebody who was, like, kind of low-key groomed by an older woman in my teenage years. And it was something I didn't really come to terms with until I was much older. And... It's hard to really see that when you are young. It is hard to really see that, especially when you're in a place. It's why I don't think adults should be messing with like 18, 19, 20, arguably even 21-year-olds. Because like I don't really have anything in common. Also, you are in such a emotionally different state, hormonally, in terms of just like how you want to express yourself than I am. And that includes for like just processing relationships, processing emotions and stuff. Thank you very much, skeptically altruistic. 1,200 biddies. Take the rest of these for that joke. All right, let me see if can y'all see this? Are y'all seeing this right now? Anyway, so yeah, I would talk directly to that person and just be like, hey, why do you think this is happening? And I think you should separate yourself from the situation and try to examine it in terms of a power dynamic, which I understand can be really hard to do, especially when you're younger, and you think that, you know, that kind of relationship might make you feel more mature. It might represent more maturity. It might just be something that you seek out because you think it's interesting. But I think, and if you're talking about somebody you know, I would try and be there for that person to try and understand why are you feeling that this is the way you want to express having a relationship or your sexuality. It could just be a kink, honestly. Like that is also, and that's a weird gray area where it's like, that's like, I guess if it's legal, I still think it's kind of gross, but that doesn't make it illegal. You know? Like, there's a lot of shit I think is gross that I don't think should be illegal. Yeah. This tracker I'm watching is so fucking dumb. Back again for another month. Hope you are doing well. I have had my head sort of down and doing the check-in monthly to see what is happening after this court case or another, considering how crazy Trump has decided to be. Thank God he made everyone an enemy with that one order. Kitty Tick, thank you very much for chatting. Thank you for coming in. Can y'all hear this dog right now? Do you hear this sympathetical animal? I'm realizing how many plushies I have over here now. I have my Kermit, and I have my Paddington, and my Shadow. Which, like, makes it seem kind of like it's a considered coordinated thing, but I promise you it's absolutely not. It's just some dumb nerd shit I like. Alright, I will be... yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab my food, and then we will get started watching the fucking Brianna Wu video. Oh, she's such a fucking snake. I hope y'all brought your anger. I hope I didn't done anything to dissuade you from being passionate, because oh boy, Brianna's gonna fucking incense you. Wug chat. Sly. Y'all. Brianna, guess who? Dilf? Ooh, pizza. Pizza sounds good. Brianna Poo. Hello. Do you think burger is for you? You have already been fed. No burger for dog. Dog does not get burger. You are so violent to me. Abuse. Ow. Abuse. Sharp little claws. Ow. Sit. Ow. Fuck. I gotta walk you more, apparently. Okay, chat. Fur coat, drip, come back fancy. It's cold. It's fucking cold out there. This is actually the coat. If you want an idea of, well, if you didn't watch my streams I did in DC, but this is the jacket I wore to DC. This has become like my regular jacket, which I'm very happy about because I love this jacket. It's a little tacky up close, but it looks cunty enough, and it fits really well. My biggest problem, it's actually really fucking dumb. So the pockets basically tore themselves out. So like there really aren't pockets to the jacket. It just opens into the rest of the jacket. which led me to, I thought I lost my wallet when I was in DC. I was searching all over the place I was staying, which, by the way, I do want to send shout outs to, I don't know if they want me to use their names, but two wonderful girlies from my Discord who opened their house to me and let me stay with them and did so much for me when I was in DC. I cannot express how much it fucking helped. But either way, yeah, it was, god damn, that really scratched me, dog. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, this was $16 at a thrift store. It's my thrift store fur coat. I have another fur coat. That's an actual fur. It's not actual fur. It's still synthetic, but it's a much nicer, like, it's my dress up fur coat that I wear on like nice nights out. But yeah, I spent literally years. It was actually kind of a funny story. I spent years looking for a okay fur coat at a thrift store because I've always kind of wanted one. And I found this one when I had like $40 in my account, and it was a couple days before, I think it was like maybe a week before I got my first YouTube paycheck almost 2 years ago, before I started doing YouTube full time. And I had like $40 in my account. It was $16, and I was like, I knew I wouldn't get another shot at it. So I jumped on it, and here it is. It is my one of my favorite coats. This little fucking little pig dog just laid down. Oh yeah, I was talking. I love it when chat keeps me honest and is like, hey, you were talking about this and you went totally on a tangent. Yeah, the pockets are fucked. So what happened was I searched all over the place because I put my wallet in it. And at some point, I had left my wallet in the bag, or in the pocket. And at some point, I had like taken the coat off and thrown it over a chair, and it had gotten shifted. And because the pocket essentially opens up into the lining of the jacket, it had somehow worked its way up into like my shoulder area. And so when I went to check the pockets, it wasn't fucking there. And so I searched I tore everything in the house apart. I was calling places like, hey, did anybody leave a wallet here? And it was in the sleeve of my jacket. I felt very stupid. One real big shoulder pad. Yeah. Anyway, let's watch. I'm going to... golly. So for those who don't know, Brianna Wu, give you a crash course. Oh God, where to even start? This is something I'm having a really hard time diving into, is Brianna's history. Because Brianna is so transparently a liar, like at every level. I question if she's ever told the truth about any of her accomplishments after looking into her backstory. And I do mean any, like down to where she graduated from, what she's done in the past, her writing credentials. All of that will be in the deep dive video, but suffice it to say, Brianna Wu, this I can say, this is speculation. I'm going to say it anyway. I feel I have enough to say it. Brianna Wu inserted herself into the Gamergate controversy. She essentially made herself out to be a target on the same level as Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian. And she did this to create a social profile where previously there was none. Nobody gave a fuck about her. Nobody knew who she was. The second she was under harassment, And this is true. Whatever you think about Gamergate, whatever you think about Zoe and Anita, you can go back and look for yourself. The amount of interviews and think pieces, like Brianna Wu wrote pieces. The amount of interviews and think pieces she wrote herself and interviews that she did for mainstream publications is like a 5-1, 6-1 against Anita and Zoe combined. It is my firm belief, deep-seated, that she used Gamergate essentially to grift in a very real way. And I'm looking into so many different things about her history and the inconsistencies in her stories, because it seems like, I'm not saying she never got any threats, but it seems like a lot of the most prominent threats were ones that she fabricated against herself. Like, a lot of this is documented in one form or another. Now, after that, she attempted to run for Congress. She was touting much more leftist ideology in the wake of both Gamergate and the 2016 election of Trump. Whereas now, in the last couple years, she has shifted once more from being the... she came out as trans, even though people have known since at least, like... she was on Susan's Place in like 2010? 2007. She was a moderator on the awful trans forum Susan's Place. And when I say it was awful, it's just very like... It's very old AGP stereotype of what a trans woman is coded. Like, just... yeah. It's not a great mental headspace for a lot of the girls on there, I imagine. But... oh yeah, no. Valerian Damoclean, I was right-wing during Gamergate. Like the dipshit 13-year-old I was. I didn't even know who Brianna Wu was. Yeah, you didn't. But fucking she had articles up at The Guardian, on CNN. Like, she inserted herself into the fucking... it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, so anyway. Were it not for her grifting her way through Gamergate, she wouldn't have a platform in a very real sense. Because she has used it first to talk about how she was representing women's rights and fighting for equality in the game industry. That was her experience that she relied on, by the way, to run for Congress, which completely failed. And now she has inserted herself once more into the conversation about trans people, where she has begun to position herself as the reasonable, centrist alternative to the insane lunacy of the trans movement. She particularly has called out Eli Ehrlich earlier, literally calling on the Department of Justice to pursue legal action against Eli for distributing hormones to minors. And yeah, somebody asking what AGP is. Okay. So now I have to get into this. God, you blessed little, just wonderful brains that don't know this shit and aren't burdened by this horrific knowledge. I've been playing a lot of Innistrad, or I've been playing some, but I've been playing a lot of Innistrad Remastered, and it's reminding me of like the Eldrazi again. For those who don't know, the Eldrazi are kind of like a Cthulhu eldritch horror monstrosity that affects, like, you know, werewolves and vampires and shit. In Innistrad. So, this knowledge feels a lot like that, where it's just like kind of taking me over. And I'm doing a deep dive, so it's all at the front of my mind anyway, like just like it was with Synth. But deep dive. AGP is autogynephilia. It is a incredibly outdated pseudoscientific measurement of essentially an pseudoscience explanation for trans people. Why would a man transition to being a woman? And the real problem with it is that it relies almost entirely on really shoddy science, like really just terrible like population studies and surveys and awful metrics. Dog shit. Ray Blanchard is a fucking hack. B, and probably most importantly, it bases all of its conceptions of gender primarily around sexual attraction and satisfaction. In the framework of being AGP, somebody primarily trans women transition because it's where you get a lot of the narratives that TERFs like to push about trans women being like failed men or being just gay men who wanted to be turned on by being in a woman's body. The idea of autogynephilia, when you hear people talking about that, is the idea of sexual attraction to the idea of being perceived as a woman. Which you might think, if you don't know much about this, you might stop and think, that just sounds like thinking you're attractive at some level. Like if somebody looks in a mirror, somebody tries on, a cis woman, hey, that's not for you. A cis woman looks in a mirror, tries on lingerie and says, damn, my butt looks good. You know, a guy tries on a well-fitting tuxedo and goes, damn, this makes my shoulders look popping. That's just self-esteem, dog. Like what the fuck? You find yourself sexually attractive? You what? No, what? Anyway. So she argues essentially in favor of this framework, which, again, I cannot express to you enough. It's pseudoscience that is not accepted by a majority of people who actually specialize in trans healthcare, which Blanchard does not. Who it is accepted by is TERFs, who she has done her best, damnedest to... isn't it normal to like it when you see yourself attractive? Yeah, kind of. I had a moment walking to, because I'm wearing a crop top, I had a moment walking to the bathroom. I have a mirror right there to look at outfits. And I saw like an ab outline because I've been doing a lot of crunches and core work lately. And I just went like, okay, slay, thank you. And that like, that's not autogynephilia to be like, okay, well, I look pretty good there. Even though Brianna would probably say it's autogynephilia. And the other thing, she doesn't believe non-binary people are real. She told me this on I mean, she said this before, but she told me this on Blue Sky that, because I was like, okay, Brianna, I take hormones. I'm planning on getting FFS. I have electrolysis. What the fuck do you call me? I don't identify as a woman. And she says, you're a transsexual. So this is, again, is a link between Brianna and an outdated idea of being trans, where people refer to transsexuals. And it's really, one of my big problems with Brianna's conceptions about being trans is that it is essentially no different than cross-dressing. Like, her, in keeping with the AGP shit, her conceptualizations around being transgender, there is almost no tangible difference between that and somebody who would cross-dress as a fetish. And that's a real big problem with the AGP, like, framework. Anyway. I had a friend who had this weird idea she was the only genuinely bisexual woman. That's crazy. I'm sorry. Dog wants burger. Dog want burg. All right, let's get into this. So, like I mentioned, long story short, Brianna likes to insert herself into places where her expertise is non-existent, and her help is not wanted. But this doesn't stop her from seeking out places where she can essentially sell herself as an expert on something, which is what she does. So here she is. Now, mind you, she only came out as trans fairly recently. Like in the grand scheme of things. And here she is, I believe, called a trans issues under scrutiny. Oh, here we go. Transgender activist and executive director of Rebellion PAC, which, by the way, is a PAC she founded with Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, who has had another broad right-wing... If y'all know about the Young Turks, they've had a broad right-wing switch along with Anna Kasparian. So, kind of puts a tenor on where she is. Hello. What are you doing? Ow. Okay, let me do this. No, you don't have any. All right, fine. There you go. Okay. So, let's listen to Brianna talk about why trans people actually deserve to have their rights taken away. And then, oh, I forgot, while we're on the subject of dipshits acquiescing to TERFs and the people who want to legislate them out of existence too, which, by the way, Brianna seems to forget that these laws that Trump is passing affect her too. Now, she's blaming the radical left, but what she's doing here isn't fucking helping. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, what the hell? It's not... What gives? Sorry, I wasn't hooked up to my headphones. Is it not? Oh, fucking that's why. Alright, here we go.
President Trump came out swinging against the LGBTQ plus community on day one in office. He signed a sweeping executive order preventing federal dollars from being spent on what his administration deems gender ideology. It also mandated that there are only two biological sexes, leaving no room for non-binary people. The order pledges to, quote, restore biological truth to the federal government. Federal agencies are directed to use the term sex instead of gender, and it also directs the Secretaries of State and Homeland Security to prevent trans people from self-selecting their gender in official government documents like visas and passports.
Among other directives, the Bureau of Prisons can no longer use federal funds on gender-affirming care, plus government facilities and workplaces will no longer be required to address people by their preferred pronouns. Many conservatives hailed these changes as positive and long overdue, but joining us now to dive into these stark policy changes is Brianna Wu, Executive Director of Rebellion PAC. She is also a trans woman and has all sorts of very interesting opinions, and I always like to hear from you. Welcome back to Rising, Brianna.
Now, who's what, Lady DeFage? What are you saying? Yeah, no, worst person to interview for this issue. I agree. And my ultimate goal, and I understand this might be slightly lofty considering my lowly status ultimately as a YouTuber, my ultimate goal with a big expose piece on Brianna is to make sure she doesn't get any fucking spots like this ever again. That she is not ever invited back to speak for the trans community on issues that do not affect her in any fucking way. So let's continue.
I
Hi, I'm so glad y'all invited me back on. I had such a good time last time. Circumstances not much better today, but we'll see how it goes.
We shall see. So let me get your reaction to the news we are hearing. And with one thing I appreciate about you is I think you really try to find common ground, and you have actually really fought with some of the activists on trans issues about areas where they are, reaching so far beyond public opinion on sports accommodations and bath and things like that. But, what?
This is something I should preface before she goes into this, because I haven't watched this. However, the idea that radical gender activists are actually responsible because I say we in quotes because she would regard me as one, we've pushed so much on people, and it was so ridiculous, and we teachers are trying to trans your kids. Every time you hear somebody, fence-sitting dipshit short fat otaku has been agreeing with Brianna to tell you what kind of fucking scruples he has about this. That actually it's list conservative propaganda, conservative propaganda, conservative propaganda, conservative propaganda as reasons why the radical LGBT is failing. Like, they are just literally repeating the propaganda in the hopes that they'll be accepted because they're like people like Brianna are from that group. Like, baby girl, they would send you to a male prison. They would fucking V-code you in a heartbeat. Doesn't matter how many times you would tell them, no, I'm one of the good ones. I'm actually a biological man. See, I do what you want. They don't give a shit about you. The people that care about people like you, Brianna, are in your own community. The one that you are ostracizing because you would rather hold yourself as the sole true arbiter of what it means to be transgender than accept that you latched on to an outdated framework that does not encompass everybody on the gender spectrum. Let's see where that leads you.
What about this stuff? What do you make of it?
So, I have a very unpopular opinion. The trans community, which is we have created the situation that is causing conservatives to have no choice but to go after us.
They have no choice but to go after us. We've created the situation. You know what created the situation, Brianna? Multi-million-dollar companies like PragerU making detrans propaganda, which, by the way, I thoroughly debunked, revealed it for the hollow shell of ideology propped up by people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about that it is. Multi-million-dollar corporations like Matt Walsh making documentaries about what is a woman. And then having conservatives in conservative media propagate and spread these ideas. And you, unironically, uncritically, just latched onto them. And said, yeah, you know what? They're right. This shit is crazy. I'm not going to look into it any further to see if it's based in any fact. I'm not going to actually look at the community that this is affecting, which, by the way, I cannot express this enough, Brianna is not fucking a part of. Brianna, and not because she's necessarily been pushed out, because she doesn't try to partake in a wider LGBTQ community. Ivy Gunner, out of the corner of my eye, I saw you subscribe, and I thought it said Liv Agar. I was going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm such a fan. But I am a fan of you, Ivy Gunner, because you subscribed to me. Yeah, no, this is victim blaming. It's victim blaming. But let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh no, she thinks that like it's Yenzo628 asking about if it's rapid onset gender dysphoria. She pushes the same fucking social contagion bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to see what she says about non-binary people. I'm never gonna get through this sandwich because I'm just gonna keep pausing it because I'm angry.
In something that used to be a private healthcare issue. And back when I transitioned 20 years ago, it was really a private issue. Like, people like me wanted to be empowered to make decisions about our own healthcare and really take responsibility for how people.
Mind you, that's what trans people want now too. But she's already got the fuck you, I got mine. You stupid NBs. You dumb trans girls now. You're not like me. I was looking through old Susan's Place posts. And granted, this was 2007, so I'm willing to, be amenable to the idea that somebody can change their opinion on something. But she said something to the effect of, as a trans woman, why would I go through a sex change operation and then still hang out with other trans women? When I see myself as a woman, I should be hanging around with other women. And I feel like that circular, bizarre logic really explains so much about her and her disdain for other trans women. Like, she has a documented disdain for not understanding why a trans woman might not want to get bottom surgery. Dog, please. Dog, you are not starving. What the hell is this? No burger. Stop. All right, I'm going to go give Lady a little bit more food because apparently she's dying of hunger. Yes, come on. Come on. Food, food. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. Okay. Anywho, let's go.
Solid. What I would call gender ideology in the last 10 years has externalized this problem. And instead of, trans women like taking responsibility for her voice or her looks or, electrolysis so she doesn't have a beard, we're like requiring the public to do all that work for us. So it doesn't surprise me that we're at this point. What I find so disappointing is these.
Yeah, don't explain that shit at all. What the fuck are you talking about? The public has to... See, they're having her on as an expert, and this is the kind of shit Okay, sorry. Burger time, baby, burger time.
This executive order is just so draconian. The reason conservatives were on board with a lot of these policy changes in the first place is they understood, like, if you give trans people a path to deal with their mental health issues, we can integrate into society and can be inobtrusive. Trump is essentially erasing our pathway for that. So I think if you're, saying things that make sense to me, like there are two sexes, that is true. I think if you're making it so a federal agency cannot accommodate transgender people that work there, I think that's too far, and I don't think that's where Americans are.
And so what should be done about?
Okay, you can't fucking say, well, this is obviously our fault, and then be like, well, but I think this is a little bit too far. Pick a fucking lane. What? What are you talking about?
That. I mean, obviously, President Trump is generally, I would say, prone to sweeping pronouncements, whether it's the trans issue, whether it's immigration, whether it's any number of things. And a president has significant powers, of course, under executive order. So is there any way that you see people might organize or move towards some kind of activism that could roll this back in any way?
I do. I've had many conversations with Democrats this week, trying to find a moderate path forward. I actually have a meeting in D.C. in a few.
Oh, yes, I'm Brianna Wu. I have meetings in D.C. The moderate path forward. Brianna. You cannot have a moderate path forward when somebody strips you of your humanity and self-determination. When Donald Trump signs an executive order essentially permitting, because we know it happens, we know what V-coding is, permitting state-sanctioned rape of trans inmates who are used as political tools inside prisons. And you want to take the moderate approach? You want to be unobtrusive? Girl, the moderate approach is what got us here. The fact that the Democrats didn't do fuck all to protect us or enshrine any protections is how we got to this point. It feels like she's intentionally keeping her finger off the pulse of reality. Not to, yeah, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but yeah, she, here's the thing. She had millionaire-ass parents, and she's tweeted about how growing up rich completely changed her outlook on shit. She grew up rich. She dropped out of the first year of college, I believe. Her parents gave her $200,000 for an animation studio startup that produced something that never went anywhere, and then they funded her going back to college. Like, her husband is also fucking rich. She has a collection of Porsches. Collection of Porsches. Again, this is a great example of the rich and powerful not living in the same existence as you and me. She fucking... Okay, I'm going to show you all the thing that made me real mad, but I'm going to mac down on this onion first because it's calling to me. Okay. So. See if I can fucking find this nightmare. Does anybody have a link to that fucking tweet? Yeah, these are all fucking old Gamergate shit. She had a tweet that basically said, it was a response to asking, hey, why are there so many trans sex workers? And her basically her response was that the reason there are so many trans sex workers is because trans women get off on it. Like she chalked it up to autogynephilia. And see that fucking... I think that was the moment I decided to do a deep dive on Brianna. That was the moment I decided to dedicate myself to making sure she never gets another fucking chance like this. Because every trans person I know who does sex work does it because of hiring discrimination. Does it because they are victimized and they don't have alternative or reliable sources of income. I've had partners who've had to do sex work as trans people. It's not something they wanted to do, but it was the only fucking thing they could turn to reliably. And I think that kind of tells you everything you need to know about Brianna and how detached she is from any wider conception of the LGBTQ community and certainly other trans people's experiences. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about ever. And she should never speak for anybody. Unless she wants to speak for the contingent of rich bitch losers who've never accomplished anything, then by all means, that group she can speak up for. For trans people, we don't fucking want you, Brianna.
in a few weeks to have some conversations with some really important Republicans, and I'm going to try to find some common ground on that. Something I think is really important is, there was a New York Times poll that came out a few days ago that had the straight numbers on what the American people think of this mission that, I would call the trans fringe has been putting out there, including the ACLU and Glasgow.
Now, you might think, well, that sounds pretty conclusive. And no, I don't think it is. Is it New York Times, she said? Oh, I can't find it. Anyway, whatever. Immaterial to the point that I don't trust the current population who's been inundated with culture war bullshit. Where if you say non-binary, a majority of people don't understand what that means. Or they've been essentially indoctrinated, propagandized to. It's the fucking kids are pooping in, kids are identifying as furries and shitting in litter boxes things in high schools. These things that don't ever fucking happen, but they make their way so succinctly through propaganda that became just kind of ingrained in the cultural knowledge. Just through osmosis. So when Brianna is saying, well, we need to take up less space because they think we're all crazy rapists and blue-haired, they, them, it, zers. It's like, I don't give a fuck if people want to believe lies about me, Brianna. It is contingent upon the group of people to prove them wrong. It sucks that somebody has to do it. But just acquiescing and fucking rolling over and being a doormat, like that's Brianna's game plan, essentially. To throw everybody who doesn't fit her narrow definition of transness under the bus. Even though, you dumb, the same people who hate us hate you. It's the same thing with the anti-trans gays. We're like, oh, this trans stuff goes too far. And then you're going to be surprised when they roll back gay marriage. When they start trying to roll back gay marriage, which they will. Don't fucking think they won't.
And they are just wildly against us. Like top to bottom, we're wildly losing at every single one of these initiatives. I think if you're serious about trans right, you've got to listen to what the American people are telling us, which is, this is too far. And you need to find a message that you need to find a more of a middle ground here. What does not give me a lot of hope is I'm looking at the way, our quote unquote trans leaders are responding in this moment. And it's double down on the extremes, play the victim rather than evaluating, like maybe is some part of this gone too far. So I think that what's going to happen is we need new leaders, and I'm trying to do my part.
Can we talk a little bit about the...
So there we go. That's why she's in it. And again, this is a commonality. And it's funny because she slips up every now and then. She wants to be a trans leader, a leader of the movement. The interesting part here, I can't really think of any like leaders in the movement. She tries to call out Alexandra Caraballo and Eli Ehrlich a lot. But I wouldn't even say they're leaders. They are activists. But, like, they're not calling shots. They're organizing to try and help their community. What community is Brianna trying to organize for? Because it's not the community that's being endangered and constantly targeted. It's the actual nebulous fucking fringe of the trans community that latch on to these pseudoscientific ideas like AGP and just want. Anyway.
Difference between sex and gender, which I think so often gets confused in these discussions. You know, I don't really care what goes on the government form as a libertarian. I don't get really exercise what government forms say. I get, if there's a drop-down menu for everyone to pick their own exact specification, yes, it can get a little ridiculous. It should say man, woman. Should it say man, woman, transgender woman, maybe other or something like that? But then when you, non-binary to me is speaking to like a gender expression kind of thing, which why do they even need to know that and that category? Because I think...
Because that's what gender is, dipshit. That's how you refer to somebody. If somebody self-determines that they are non-binary, and that is how they represent and see themselves, they deserve the respect of being referred to how they ask to be referred to. It's not even that Dilbert house looking dude. Yeah. Fucking rocked, dude. I love it here.
Some people on the right will say, and I'm kind of in this category, that just putting on the costume of womanhood or a...
So, he admitted he was libertarian. And so we see already his real, ideological goal here. Again, using phrases like... All right, I'm gonna... What are you doing? What are you doing? You coming to say hi? You coming to say hi? Hello. I got you. I got you. Okay. Midnight Nola, I like your dog. I like my dog too. She's great. She's a good dog. Oh, you're coming back up. Okay. Say, I want more time in the spotlight. I need more time in the spotlight. You are a little booger today. You're a little booger today. I love you. I love you. Yeah, putting on the costume of womanhood is such a dog shit way. And here's the thing that this actually aligns perfectly with the way Brianna tries to frame it, which is that these people who do not respect you, by the way, they think you are putting on a costume of being a woman. That's how he's fucking phrasing it. They don't see you as a woman, and yet you're trying to acquiesce to them and basically say, yeah, it is just a costume. I am just pretending. I don't at all take up any kind of feminine role or ascribe to the societal role of a woman, which you do, you fucking moron. She is a pit lab. She is more pity than lab, though. She's very pity. I love her so much. Which explains why, if y'all have ever known a pit lab, this explains just everything about her, I bet. Fighting Hobbit, Dead Domain, I still have trouble with sex and gender, so I just decided to tell me they want to be addressed with and do my best. And you know what? Here's the thing. Let me tell you. That's all any trans person will ask. End of the day. That's all any trans person will ask. And yeah, there might be... Okay, I'm going to preface that because somebody's going to be like, well, actually, there was one person who yelled at me for doing this. And it's like, I don't know that story. I don't know the specifics of what happened there. I can't speak to it. What I can speak to is that in my broad community, in the hundreds of other queer people I've met and known in person, that is the common understanding. As long as you're fucking trying, we're good. We're cool. I've told the story of being starting to do comedy, and it was very clear that I wasn't straight. I didn't identify as a man, and when I would show up wearing dresses and looking very pretty and effeminate, people would be like, Like, you know, and these 40, 50-year-old dudes who respected me as a comedian, or respected me at least enough, and had seen me enough to be like, because I was friendly with them. I didn't shut them down. I wasn't mean to them. And they would just like kind of nervously ask like, what should, so like they just don't know how to ask, what are your pronouns? I just say, I use they, them. And they might fuck it up sometimes. Most often, the interesting part is most often they go she, her. I think that's easier for a lot of people. But at the end of the day, hey, that's enough. No. At the end of the day, that's just the baseline level of respect that trans people want. And it is not too fucking insane to ask, hey, to say to somebody, I use they, them pronouns. I don't identify as a man or a woman. The social roles of men and women, I am uncomfortable with them to varying degrees. I am comfortable with others to varying degrees. That's okay. And you know what? Here's the fucking thing that always gets me about self-representation, is that you get dipshits who will be like, well, that doesn't make sense to me. Do you ever think that the idea of being non-binary might not make sense to you because you're cis? It's like if you've ever heard somebody, I've heard older people talk about how like, oh, the kids are just going too far with this gender nonsense. Back in my day, I never wanted to wear this, that, or the other. I never wanted to wear opposite clothes. And it's like, okay. Do you ever think that's because your brain works differently than theirs? That you don't have gender dysphoria? That like any other number of things? Like it's this idea of empathy for somebody else's experience. And you see it broadly on the right wing is a bad thing, to have that empathy, to try and understand, to even try to understand somebody else's experiences. It's why they were so against the BLM movement, where they turn it, oh, black people aren't assaulted more than white people. I mean, come on. Like, the idea of sitting down and listening to somebody else's experience, again, this is an important thing as leftists to understand. The integral nature understanding and listening to somebody else's experiences have in creating a happier, more profitable, more productive community and society. Anyway, Mr. Malachite, non-binary doesn't always make sense to me, and I'd like to understand it more than I do, but I try to refer to people how they want to be, even if I don't get it. And see, here's the thing, Mr. Malachite. That is every non-binary person. I'm saying this as a non-binary person. I would hope every non-binary person would be understanding of this. Would be understanding of that very same thing. The idea that not everybody else is going to get it. And I'm speaking personally here, but I think, again, I speak for a large population where I don't think everybody needs you to get it. And granted, yeah, there's always going to be, especially younger people, I think, who are very passionate about themselves and their identity and their sense of self that is based on that identity. I think they will try and explain it more. They might stumble over their words more. You get a lot of that when conservatives like Blair White and stuff like to go to pride events and like catch these like 16-year-olds with blue hair and gotcha questions, and they make them look stupid because they're 16-year-olds and you're putting them on the spot. Dickhead. Not you in chat. Not calling you a dickhead. Calling Blair White a dickhead. Now, you should repeat that. You don't need to understand what it's like to be trans and or non-binary to treat trans and or non-binary people with respect and dignity. Right there. You got it. Like. It is a matter of, all right, here's the true social contract here, because it's really fucking simple. It's So simple. As much as conservatives want to try and convolute it and try and make it about, oh, well, it's denying biological reality and all this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, conservatives, you cannot fucking tell me you give a fuck about biological reality when every woman in the Trump family is so pumped full of plastic they're trying to look 30 years younger. Don't fucking tell me about biological reality. You don't actually give a shit about biological fucking anything. Bite my ass on biological reality. The actual analog is changing your name, because it is how somebody is referred to. Now, if you have a certain last name, or you have a first name, right? You go by Peter, let's say, for example, random name. And it was a name your father gave you. Abusive father. You don't talk to him anymore. He died in a car accident, whatever. You catch up with a college buddy you haven't seen in 20 years. They go, oh my gosh, Peter, is that you? And you go, oh, you know what? Actually, I go by Brett now. No sex change, no nothing. If you ask why, they're like, that was my dad's name, and I didn't want that to represent me. That wasn't who I am. Almost every person, cis, trans, doesn't matter who, would look at a situation like that and be like, oh, okay. All right, Brett it is. You are Brett. I am going to call you Brett. You have asked to be called Brett. And as a sign of respect, not even heavy respect, not even respect in terms of admiration, which is what people like Matt Walsh love to fucking harp on about, like, oh, the left expect us to simply bow down to gender ideology. It's like, fuck off. No, nobody wants you to bow down. It is simple respect as part of the social contract. That at a base level, we should all respect each other. And that includes respecting somebody's self-determination. Are there limits to that? Sure. That might vary from person to person. But I do not think that, A, the government gets to fucking determine that. As a libertarian, you should be fucking fuming over that. Yeah, fighting Hobbit. So don't be a dick to people. Seems simple enough, and I got that in half a minute. How is this still a point of contention? I don't fucking know. I wish I knew. Can't tell you. Wish I could. Can't. No, you know what? I'm gonna wrap that back up. It is a point of contention because it is politically expedient right now. There you go. Replicant Diego. You fucking got it. You've nailed it. As a cis man, I never understood the whole they get mad when I mess up their pronouns excuse, because every trans person I'm friends with or have met never got mad when I fucked up. Drives me crazy with this crybaby behavior. I feel like they're lying. They are. Let me tell you, so many people, all right, trans people in America are estimated to make up 0.5 to 0.6% of the population. Roughly half of 1% of the population. It's a couple 100,000 people. However, when you take into account a lot of people live in insular circles, whether that's online or in person, there's so many Americans who don't know any trans people whatsoever. Or if they do, they don't know enough about the community. They don't interact with them in any meaningful way. So what you get is a lot of people, especially in more red areas, especially in conservative circles, where they get their conceptions of who trans people are, how they act, what they want, the goals they have for equality. They get all of these things from places like Libs of TikTok, from places like Matt Walsh, from places like Steven Crowder, where they'll have SJW meltdown compilations because one trans woman in a GameStop once was having a shitty day and yelled, "It's ma'am," when dickheads kept misgendering her. And so that becomes the face to them of what a trans person is, how they act, how they conduct themselves. And that's not based in reality. It's based in their reality, a reality, that something happened maybe once somewhere. And suddenly We are going to judge an entire group of people, hundreds of thousands, by that exact example. And we have no corollary is the wrong word. We have no other examples to compare it to because none of us fucking know trans people or interact with them. As a trans woman, I might get disappointed or tired of being misgendered, but I don't get mad because the reason why most people misgender me is because I'm at work and don't present, so I have no expectation to be gendered correctly. And that fucking sucks too. Like that does suck. I'm not going to lie. Like, that fucking blows. But again, most trans people, just like you, are able to keep that understanding in check, right? You're able to keep that idea of, like, they aren't misgendering me because they hate me. You aren't going to fly off the handle and flip out at somebody, I'm assuming. Which, just like, again, like you were saying, Homelander, that's pretty fucked up. People need to interact more with people different than them, and then maybe more people will have a positive perception of them, and bigotry will decrease. That's what I'm all about. That's what I'm saying. Homelander, you should go back and watch the beginning of the stream because I talked for like 2 hours about community organizing and the importance of leftists being more open to a wider form of community organizing. And I think that plays, that is such a broad part of it. 9droid, I can't wait for kids to be referred to as they, them by default. What good does gender do to someone under the age of 10? Well, and I think for a lot of people, I think for a lot of conservatives, those are tied into the bizarre conceptions they have around. Like if you look at, especially people right now like Elon Musk, JD Vance, the way they talk about birth rates is fucking gross. The way it ties directly into this conservative fixation with breeding that, you know, you can go back decades, generations to like fucking arranged marriages and shit. Like a kid turning 10. Fuck that. It's still socially acceptable for, you know, there to be a play date between two toddlers and a boy and a girl, and one of the parents goes like, oh, he has a crush. It's like you are sexualizing children from such a young age. You ever fucking see, I get nauseous when I see this shit at like Target where it'll be like, you know, it's like a baby shirt or a onesie or something. It says like, all the ladies love me or like something. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like, really? What do we do? Come on. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I've gotten so off topic here. But the point is, yeah, exactly. 9droid, lady killer on clothes for a 10-month-old. Yeah. It's like, I think those kind of social constructs are all tied together. And I think that's a big part of why so many conservative parents, and something that like you can't fucking, you know, most conservatives, you can't sit down and unpack this kind of shit with them. This is like deeply ingrained stuff that a lot of people just take as it's okay. And so like, I think that's why they find the idea of kids exploring gender as a construct so threatening. Like legitimately threatening. It's why they harp on the ideas of like, oh, they're gonna mutilate kids' bodies and stuff, and that shit doesn't fucking happen. It never has. Like, there isn't a single medical or scientific body that says, yes, a 10-year-old should be given a sex change surgery. But I think it is so wrapped up in the conservative mindset, this conception of at a very basic level sexualizing youth, that when you think about a kid thinking about transitioning, just exploring gender in a way that is not heteronormative, that's what they jump to. They jump immediately, not to the documented effects it has on improving kids' lives, on allowing trans people to live happier lives by getting the hormone therapy they need before puberty, sometimes, in some cases, with puberty blockers. They skip over all that shit, and they only see the potential evil outcome that, I cannot express enough, again, does not fucking exist. Fight and Hobbit, don't they give hormone blockers for pituitary issues anyway? They give all of this medical apparatus, they give to people for various issues. It's like if you ever hear, Matt Walsh loves to harp on the I forget what fucking chemical it is, but it's used for, chemical castration of death row inmates or whatever the fuck, for repeat offenders, and I believe it is. But he's like, yeah, they actually give this to kids for gender care, and it's like, it's an entirely different, like, do you also think you'll get arsenic poisoning from eating an apple seed, Matt? Like, just because one thing does one thing in a certain dose doesn't mean it's always going to do that, you fucking moron. Anyway, Salem Kunwich, they don't actually care about their kids. Oh, wait. They'll call a drag queen reading their kids indoctrination. When I was able to make a rage post last night naming 6 different Republican figures who have straight up written Dr. Seussian-style children's books that are literally pro-Trump propaganda. Yeah. Yeah. Lady DeFade, realizing I was trying to save my life, I was at the end of my rope. I wish that I would have had an opportunity to have puberty blockers because now I get to live with the results of a male puberty. I feel very similarly, and I was blessed that I am, like, kind of fairly androgynous to begin with. But, like, yeah, if I would be able to live in my ideal body if I was able to take puberty blockers. If that was even a fucking conversation that was being had, which it wasn't at the time. I was very, like, I was raised highly conservative. It was still okay in my household to use the F slur. Not for me, but, like, to hear it. So, like, there's reasons why I stayed in the closet. Anyway. Replicant Diego, you got it. I don't want to hear shit about indoctrination more when that's what my family did to me about God from birth. Same. No, I remember I have a... Do you ever have one of those memories that is like, it's so oddly formative, but it was just like a one-off thing? Like, it's just something that I know they don't remember at all. But I remember it like it just, like a lightning bolt, just cemented in my memory right there. I had a, there was a moment where, and I couldn't have been older than 10 or 11, right? And I knew what the F slur was because I had heard it used as like a pejorative. But like in movies or something. And I was walking with my grandpa. And we were like at a mall or something. And I remember seeing 2 guys like holding hands. And he just, out of fucking nowhere, completely unprompted, said, back in my day, we used to call that something of F slurs. I think it was a bundle or something. And I remember being fucking shocked. Like, at the openness of it. And I was like, oh. Okay. And I remember even at the time, being like, 11, 12, I would have been 2006, 2007. So, like, I was very much struggling with the idea of what a man was. And my grandpa was, my father figure for a large portion of my life, my masculine role model. And shit like that. did lasting damage, in retrospect, lasting damage to my perception of myself and coming into my own sexuality through middle school and especially high school. So, yeah. Anyway. Is there a cure for stupidity? Empathy. I don't know about stupidity, but I know there is a cure for cruelty. And it is not to meet that cruelty with a greater cruelty or a different kind. It is to meet it with empathy and understanding, and attempt to deconstruct and find out why it is happening. Because you could go back and forth all fucking day. If tomorrow we had a violent leftist revolution, guess what would happen in a couple of years? We'd have a violent right-wing revolution. If there was a violent leftist revolution, violent right-wing revolution. And every time would be a bunch of people saying the same shit about we need to fight back against these people. No, we need to fight back against these people. No, we need to fight back against these people. And do you know why nothing would ever get solved? Because at no point do people in that kind of cyclical cycle, Jesus Christ, it's getting late, I'm tired. In that kind of cycle of violence, you don't see people stopping and actually trying to deconstruct and examine the problems, which is what we need. And again, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about community organizing. Homelander, there wouldn't be a violent right-wing revolution if there were no more right-wingers left. Not true. Because guess what? If you were, all right, let's say, hypothetically, for the sake of argument, right? Let's flip it. Let's say tomorrow, right? Tomorrow there's a right-wing violent revolution to kill every leftist in America. Anybody who voted Democrat, kaput. Okay, now you have a country with no leftists, supposedly. What about the kids and family members of good people in a community that were executed? What about the brothers and sisters? You see it. You can see the outline of this with things like Hamas and Al-Qaeda and Middle Eastern radical insurgent groups. When radical groups go recruiting, they aren't just picking up random kids off the street. They are appealing directly to people who have been victimized by, for example, the IDF. You see, it's a lot easier to have a fighting force, especially a young, capable fighting force, when they have skin in the game, when they've lost somebody, when they've lost their home. We wouldn't go down without a fight. I'm not. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. That there is never a point where there's not going to be resistance. Exactly. That's how insurgency works. Bombing them creates more. Yeah. Like to the outside world, the propaganda might work. But to the families of the people being killed, a little bit of a harder sell. Little bit. Any hoosers. All right. Double Helix, thank you for subscribing. My littlest coner. I don't know what a coner is. Thank you for becoming a member. And Lively People Drink Coffee. Thank you for subscribing. Trump already talking about a third term. He ain't going out peacefully. No. You can't play nice with right-wingers. They're snakes in the grass. So again, I encourage you to go watch the beginning, because I talked about the kind of right-wingers that we need to form a coalition with, which is the more moderate Trump voter, who, mind you, will be left adrift. I've talked about this. I talked about this earlier. There is going to be a contingent of people who voted for Trump who are going to be politically unmoored when they realize that he has betrayed and sold out their interests. and any leftist, any person, any liberal, you need to stop this bullshit I see online of laughing at people who are crying over their families being deported. Stop this horseshit I see. I got in a fucking fight, not really a fight, it was an argument with Stacey K over it. As people were kind of jumping on my shit, being like, I was like, I think we could probably push Stacey K more to the left because she's like a little Libby. But I really do. Because I see, unlike people have compared her to Brianna, I don't think that's fair. Stacey is principled and she's angry. And she doesn't always aim that anger in a particularly productive direction. For example, she had a whole like kind of bit she was doing about like misgendering Bruce Jenner, or in her words, Caitlyn Jenner, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner as Bruce. And it became this conversation of like, we don't need to do that, right? Like we can fight back against this shit without literally becoming these people, right? Like you need to understand at a certain point that there are just, if you want to have those principled positions, you can't cross those lines. Dale Wilson, Wislin, look, I gotta be honest, but I'm scared. I've been banned from 3 left-leaning trans servers and I like being here. Make me a bad person. Where can I find more resources on trans people? I mean, in what context? Why would you feel you're a bad person? I haven't seen you do anything. Dale Wilson, are you trans? Yeah, also, why were you banned? IDK, I get banned a lot. I mean, thank you, Seculoid, for posting that. But, like, why? I didn't like possums and a furry banned me. Huh. I mean, I guess it depends on what trans Discord you're in. Because, like, there are a lot of trans Discords that are just like groups of friends and they might not like other people coming in. Complained about it and got banned from 2 more servers. Weird. So you talk shit about possums. I've seen you in here before, Dale. So I know you're not like terrible. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! My littlest Sconer. Thank you for $5. Currently started a drawing of you and planning to make multiple. You inspire me. Also, it's a typo I'm too lazy to fix. Corner turned into Coner. Aw. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love that. Yeah. All right. I'm going to finish this. God damn. I've been talking about this bitch for, too long. I don't know if I'm even going to finish it. No, well, let's get it.
Gender neutral costume or something that doesn't change your fundamental biological reality in the same way that, dressing like in a stereotypical Asian way or black way would make you that member of that race.
Okay. First off, this is the problem with the idea of transness being a costume and why it's inherently dangerous. Yeah, you can dress in a stereotypically black way, I guess. I don't know what the fuck he means by that. I'm assuming he is picturing like a hip-hop music video from 2003. He seems like that kind of guy. The difference is, if a white person does that, nobody is going to look at them and be like, oh, that's a black person. Right? What the fuck is a stereotypically Asian way? That's fucking crazy, dude. Is he just thinking of like Raiden from Mortal Kombat? Like, anyway, whatever. neither here nor there. The difference being is that by using the social markers we assign to femininity, by using things like voice, tone, the way they walk, fat distribution, especially the way they dress, the way their hair's cut, the way they carry themselves, all of these different little tiny things that we use to judge somebody on first sight, whether that's appropriate or not, doesn't change the fact that everybody does it. Those markers of gender and gender expression lead you to go. The difference between these two things and why they're not equivalent fucking at all is because you would never see a white person in a fucking a chain and a do-rag and go, yeah, that's a brother. Nar, baby girl. However, you can see a trans woman and without knowing she's trans be like, oh, that's a lady. That's a woman. That's a girl. That's yeah. Because, and say it with me, class, gender is a social construct. Fucking crazy. Anyway.
But that you can't. But I obviously accept that transgender people exist, and you can fundamentally change much aspects of your presentation and to manifest a different reality of who you are without just like, oh, I'm on a different costume today, and now like I'm identifying a different way.
Okay, so what he's trying to get at is gender fluid stuff being a step too far, which again, as somebody who goes like, I feel like I'm fairly boy mode right now. I just have a little bit of makeup, like a little bit of smudgy makeup on. I feel like I'm pretty boy mode as it is. And my gender presentation does fluctuate. There are times where I will go hyper femme. There are times where I will do nothing, and that's just like fairly masculine. But the idea, like gender fluid, all right, Fight and Hobbit, gender fluid, please explain. So some people identify as gender fluid, which means, and to me, and granted, this is my personal conception, other people are probably going to have a different way to describe it. But to me, gender fluid is, it's like what I just said. I'm non-binary, right? I use they, them pronouns. I don't identify in the social roles of either a man or a woman. However, and I recognize the biological reality, whatever. I'll talk about that in a second. Don't let me forget. A gender fluid person I relate to as a non-binary person in that I think their presentation can change day to day. Where one day they might be, you know what? I really want to be femme today. I'm feeling myself. I want a nice makeup look. I'm, whatever. I want to do my hair, whatever. However, that manifests for them. And the thing that gets a lot of people tripped up about gender fluid people is that there is this conception that they will like every day switch up pronouns and like, oh, you can never know. Like, what if they're like trying to trick you with their pronoun wizardry and their pronoun mind games? Which I've known several gender fluid people. I've never known them to fucking try and get me in a pronoun saw trap. You know, like again, I think it is like it depends on the person. They just want to be like referred to with respect, and honestly, they'll probably be pretty chill. Yeah, like Fight and Hobbit, won't they like tell you if you ask anyway? Yeah, any trans person will. Any trans person will. Like honestly, the lore seeker, they for $10. They always talk about the gender fluid, but never the gender solid, glass or plasma, or the liquid or the solidus. That is very true. The thing that pisses me off about, because the thing with gender fluid and the criticism of it from folks like this is that it often goes into criticism of the broader idea of recognizing the biological reality, which is what a lot of people, including Trump, put essentially as the main impetus behind mandating gender, like legalizing gender or canonizing it. And the problem with that is that, again, I have never met a single trans person who didn't recognize biological reality. Is kind of hard not to, if I'm being honest. It's kind of hard not to recognize something you're born with, something that is a big, very defining part of your existence and how you're treated in the world. Like, again, it's another thing. The idea that trans people don't recognize biological reality, that a trans woman doesn't know she has a penis or had one at some point, not true. It's just not true. More people would know this if they talk to more trans people. But what are you going to do? Yeah, exactly. You should repeat that. If anything, trans people are hyper aware of biological reality. You should repeat that, by the way, as the username, in case anybody gets tripped up. Yeah, no, it's the trans people are hyper aware of the biological reality. It's like, yeah, you know what you got. You know what your equipment is. It's fine. This idea that, like, and again, I think it's because people think it's this bizarre conflation of sex and gender, right? Where people begin to think like, oh, if there's like somebody's gender fluid, that means they think one day they have a penis and the next day they have the other thing. It's like, no, they don't think that. People, it doesn't matter what dipshit goes on Joe Rogan and says like, oh no, they're doing this in the kids' schools. It's like, that doesn't make it fucking true. That doesn't make it the tangible reality of anybody who identifies that way and goes through life that way. They wouldn't be transing their gender if they didn't know what they were. Exactly. Like, do you think trans people aren't aware? Here's the other thing. That's like the amount of work, personal work, that goes into somebody's recognition of their gender. I have a lot of respect for certain detransitioners. Obviously not all detransitioners. Some of them turn it into a grift. Like we've talked about them before. But there are trans people, former trans people, I guess, who transitioned. I follow a couple of them on Twitter, and they're amazing. They're some of the best allies I've ever seen. I'm talking like people who were like, yeah, you know what? I identified as a woman. I started doing hormones, and it wasn't for me. And you know what? Now I am happy I went through that journey of discovery, because let me tell you, somebody who goes through that kind of journey of, again, self-determination, you learn more about who you are and what you are willing to go through and what you want of yourself and the world around you. Going through something like that, even if it's not right for you, you learn more about yourself than anybody like fucking, Matt Walsh ever will. Like, straight up. Yeah, Mr. Malachi. Oh, but trans people are autistic, so they don't understand anything ever. Sorry, I'm getting sniffly. The idea of like the trans lobby, they're preying on our autistic people, is so fucking funny to me. There is like documented evidence that there are links between being queer, being transgender, and being neurodivergent. And I think that has less to do with the fact that like trans people are being preyed on by pharmaceutical company. I don't know. It has less to do with that and more to do with the fact that I think neurodivergent people see the world differently. Like, quite literally, our brains process information differently. It compartmentalizes information differently. And I think there is a lot of good and ongoing research into the ideas around how brain chemistry can contribute to that, and how that brain chemistry manifests as gender and self-perception. Seculoid, my wife is autistic and she isn't trans, nor is my coming out affected her own gender identity. I mean, and I'm not saying it's Like that's a guaranteed thing. By the way, I hope I didn't make it sound like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that yeah, there is a fairly high prevalence of neurodivergency in trans people, in queer people in general. Like it's in like gays and lesbians. I know too. Okay, Seculated. I wanted to make sure I wasn't like, well, obviously you got to be. Anyway, let's get through. Oh God, I still have. I don't know if we're gonna finish this, y'all. Exactly.
Does any of this make sense to you?
Awesome Kid TH pointing out one of my favorite. I wish I had the study on hand if anybody could find it, but it's been found that trans folks have more similar brain patterns to their preferred gender as those who are cis and that gender. Mwah. It's one of my favorite studies that I read.
No, of course it does, Robbie. And yeah, for me, it's like, look, I will tell you flat out, I'm a natal male. I went to a doctor. I got health care. I got an estrogen that made my brain much, much better. And I had, plastic surgery that made it easier to go through my life and not have the fact that I'm transgender come up all the time. So I don't have any illusions about biology. I don't think the question, the public policy question is, are trans women biological men? I think that answer is very clearly no. Or yes. I think, the correct question is like, do trans women deserve civil rights? Like, what is the pathway to us being integrated into society? I think this is really straightforward. For me, I am an old school trans woman. I transitioned. I went from being a drug addicted shut-in that was unable to have a job to within just a few years, like a national figure,
Whoa. That's fucking nuts. So I haven't watched this video yet. I have a whole cadre of videos that I'm going to have to go through that have been like interviews of hers. And I hadn't found any proof. I had somebody say like, oh yeah, when you look into Brianna's past, know that from this point to this point she was in like rehab, she was doing this. I hadn't found any concrete proof, so this is the first fucking actual proof I had of that. But to talk about her experience on a spectrum of being a drug abusing shut-in to a national figure is fucking insane to me. Because the only reason she was a national figure was because she lied her way into a spotlight that had nothing to do with her. She saw Anita and Zoe being targeted and decided, you know what? I want some of that sweet, sweet harassment. It's been fascinating actually, like going back through old forums and seeing gamer gators react to Brianna, because 90% of the time they've just been like, who? The fuck does she want? Go away. Nobody gives a fuck about you. And those were the people making the harassment campaigns. Those were the people sending the death threats, and they were still annoyed with this bitch. Like, it's fucking crazy. And the thing is I deeply think that nobody wanted to call out her inconsistencies at the time for two things. For fear of being, it's really the same thing. For fear of being aligned with Gamergate, or for fear of giving them more fuel. And I honestly think that proximity to real harassment campaigns, the fact that she fucking latched on to Anita and Zoe, is the reason why she is the way she is.
Making really good money, hiring people, creating jobs. I think I'm a credit to my community. And frankly, I pay more in taxes than a lot of Americans make in a year. Like, I am the success.
What? The fuck? Fucking getting bougie with it. Like, what? Bitch. Yeah, like, What a fucking see you next Tuesday. What a brother, like, to go from I'm a national figure, I'm a credit to my community, I pay more in taxes. Like, just who are you flexing to and why? What is your goal here, Brianna? To just go on a stream and talk about how rich you are and how awesome you are at being trans? Fucking what? Christ alive.
Story. And part of that success story is government procedures that allowed me to address a mental health issue and move on with life. You know, me being trans does not need to come up every single day as I'm just walking through life.
No trans person does. Brianna, I'm the scary radical non-binary leftist you think needs to be thrown under the bus. I don't talk about my gender every day. I do it very rarely. Brianna, you want to know? This is true. The first time in like months. Trying to think. Yeah, because I have like a play group of other queer people that I play Magic with. And those are like kind of my friends I hang out with on a weekly basis. And I have partners that I see. And like I have all my partners are also queer. Not trans, but queer. And so like we don't spend our time talking about gender, but Brianna, do you want to know? And this is true. The first conversation I had about gender in months was with a Trump supporter a couple nights ago. And it was so fucking funny because we were all having drinks at the Watergate. And I shouldn't say I was having drinks with the Trump supporter. He kind of came over to our group to talk a bit. And it was weird. Everybody was a couple drinks in. I had been talking to my friend Amanda, and we were just talking, like shooting the shit about politics and stuff. And then like people kept kind of joining us out of curiosity. And he came over, and anyway, he got to talking, and he was so genuinely curious white dude, middle-aged white guy. And so I kind of entertained like his questions and stuff, and he asked me, you know, like what pronouns I use and stuff like that, how to refer to me, and asked how like when I talked about my partners, and he's like, partners isn't multiple, do you all live together? Because it's just everybody assumes that because I'm polyamorous we all live together, and that's no. And he asked, how did he put it? And he went, he was like, so your partners, I assume they're... And I was like, because I think he assumed that they were either men or other trans women. And I said, one of them is a trans woman, one of them is a cis woman. And he was like, well, by cis you mean... And I'm like, yeah. Like, yep, born a woman. And he was like fucking mind blown. Because again, my gay ass self, who people like Brianna love to talk about how like just like failed gay men or whatever. And so he met a trans person who was like completely fine, respectful, uses the crazy non-binary pronouns, has successful relationships, and likes girls. And it's like, we exist everywhere. I'm not uncommon necessarily. But like, conservatives have never don't know anybody like me. I don't blame him for being shocked. Anyway.
There are accommodations we need to make, like trans women in women's sports. I don't think we belong there. I don't think a woman should ever see a penis in a locker room.
I think I'm done with her. Dejamain, hey, can you give me a quick summary of who Brianna Wu is if you have time? Oh, quick summary. Brianna is a pick-me grifter who rose to prominence inserting herself into the Gamergate harassment campaign in 2014, and ever since then has basically coasted on the loose fame from that through a series of ill-fated endeavors, including a video game studio that went nowhere, a congressional campaign that went nowhere, and now her, I guess, career as a podcaster, or she has a podcast that does, oh, what the fuck is it called? Dollcast. That's what it is. Now I want you, by the way, I want you to consider, she calls herself a national figure. She calls herself a leader of the trans movement. I want you to guess, put a number up in your head, how many subs her podcast has. That she has, by the way, a neon sign, custom made neon sign of. Was that number 800? If it was, you get a prize. Yeah. That's what she's like. That's her current grift. That's what she does. Yeah, Brianna has never had like a great degree of success in literally anything. Like this again, all of this will be talked about in far more depth. I cannot express the depth I'm going to for this fucking thing. In a deep dive about her and why she is a liar and an opportunist and a manipulator and doesn't deserve to speak for any trans people whatsoever. Sorry. All right, chat. Oh. Eepy. Yeah, I need to get some sleep. I'm going to be filming tomorrow. Hopefully, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday. Yeah. Hopefully by Wednesday I'll have the DC video done. I hope so. But in the meantime, holy crap, I can't believe we've been going for almost 5 hours. I'm almost to 6,500 followers on Twitch. God damn. God damn. All right, we've got Naughty Roomba, so we got Noisy Femboys. We haven't stopped by USA Hole in a while for streaming. What is the MB equivalent of Go Piss Girl? Need it for my MB friend. I think it's Go Piss Girl. Like I feel like that meme is ubiquitous. I'm always shocked when I take off my headphones how loud I'm actually talking, and it occurs to me. But no, I think Go Piss Girl is pretty ubiquitous. You can I think it's gender neutral. Yeah, exactly. Seculoid. I tell my cis guy friends Go Piss Girl. Exactly. Like you're referencing a meme. It's not necessarily gendered in that way. But yeah, let's go over to USA Hole and say hi, go like and subscribe. Another fun queer streamer. My hair and makeup are so fly. My hair and makeup are a mess today. Don't even. Shut up. Ugh. My hair's been doing some cool stuff. Like I have these like fringy. No, it's not doing it right now, but like see that? Like I have like a really cool fringe going on in the back, especially. I do like some of that. Anyway, have a good rest of your night, y'all. And thank you all for the donos. Stay tuned to the channel. Yeah. I appreciate y'all so much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of